It's a party every day, SPL.
Good evening, St. Lucia, and welcome back to SPL 6. Action in the playoff round continues here this evening at the Francis Baba Lastic grounds. It is qualifier 1 between the Akel City Blasters and the Soufriere Titans here this evening. A chance for a spot in the finals is on the line here this evening. And the team that loses here this evening, they would have to play a semi-final on this coming Sunday against the Choiseul Craft Masters. The teams are lining up about to exchange pleasantries, and we're gonna have the national anthem in a minute. But we are set for a top of the table clash, an all important clash between two mighty teams in SPL 6 here this evening. As we see the two teams lining up and getting ready before the action starts out in the middle. The Akel City Blasters, they are undefeated in the league stage after 7 games, amassing 19 points. And the Soufriere Titans, they finished in 2nd place, amassing 12 points from their 4 victories. In the previous encounter during the league stage, the City Blasters, they got the better of the Soufriere Titans. But your guess is as good as mine how this one will go here this evening. Just to remind those of you who are now joining us, it's action in SPL 6, qualifier number 1 between the City Blasters and the Soufriere Titans. Joining me in the commentary box this evening, it will be Claudius Emmanuel. Good evening, Claudius.
Good evening, Dexter. Good evening to viewers, and good evening to all taking the broadcast. A very exciting game before us. It's an opportunity to see who's going to go straight to the final and who's going to have a second bite of the cherry.
Welcome, it's Ika here with you at the Francis Baba Lastic Mini Stadium. It's qualifier 1 for the finals. It's the Premier Sports Inc. in collaboration with the government of St. Lucia, presented by presenting to you the National Lotteries Authority SPL T20 Cricket. It's SPL 6, where we show them how to party. Our gold partners, Court St. Lucia, bringing value home, BTSM, silver partners, Lucilec Computer and Business Services, Cricket Clubs, 4 Circles, Nagico Insurance, Flow, Forest Springs. Our media partners, DBS, MBC, Real FM, and Vibe Radio, and also Brothers Premium Cider. Tonight's game features the Akel City Blasters versus the Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans. Asking everyone to please stand at attention for our national anthem. With the Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans winning the toss, they chose to bowl first. Gentlemen, let's shake hands so we can play.
A wide range of shots indeed. That's what we're looking for tonight in qualifier 1. The players are exchanging pleasantries just to get things started. The serious action is going to be with us in a few minutes as soon as they have done that. But as we set it up for you, let's bring you the toss that was done by Dexter.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to action in SPL 6 right here at the Francis Baba Lastic Grounds in Grizzly. Tonight we're going to have an encounter between the table toppers, the Akel City Blasters, coming up against the Soufriere Titans in Qualifier 1 in SPL 6. 7 points separate these two teams at the top of the table, but tonight your guess is as good as mine as to which way this one will go. Joining me out in the middle for the toss are the two captains, Stephen Natram of the City Blasters, Ecstasy Manuel from the Soufriere Titans, match referee John Calix, and umpire Ali Augustine, Mr. Ali Augustine, that is. The coin will be handed to Stephen Natram. Tails is the call. And it is a tails confirmed by match referee John Calix. Ecstasy Emmanuel, you've won the toss here in Qualifier 1. What are you going to do and what is the reason for that?
We're going to have a bowl first tonight from the incision of the tournament. It's always been match by match. Tonight is just another game. Let's enjoy the game, focus on the basics, and let's execute tonight.
Ecstasy, it's a playoff game. Sometimes that comes with added pressure. What is the word back in these Soufriere Titans camp?
Stay relaxed, cool, collected.
Any changes to your 11 this evening?
Dwight Thomas comes back in for Wade Prosper. We also have
go well in this encounter, Ecstasy. Stephen Natram, you've lost the toss here this evening. If you had won, what would you have done?
We will also look into bowl first.
Any changes to your 11 this evening?
We have one change. Amari Goodrich is out. He's with West Indies Academy, and Kyler Donis comes in.
Stephen, you have a 7-point gap ahead of your opponents this evening at the league stage. What do you have to do here today in this playoff encounter to ensure you get the better of them?
I think it's just about execution. We learned plenty lessons from the previous games. It's just about putting our heads down and getting a good score on the board tonight and getting ourselves into the finals for next week.
All the best in this encounter, Stephen. So the news out in the middle is that Ecstasy Manuel and the Soufriere Titans, they've won the toss in Qualifier 1 and they've elected to bowl first. So we're going to have a look at the playing surface for this evening's encounter. We've not had cricket here in a few days, but this weekend right here at the Francis Baba Lastic Ground always proves to be a very good cricketing wicket. We could see a heavy cover of dry grass being laid over the surface here, which suggests that there may be some moisture early on for the pace bowlers, but later on the batsmen, they would need to assess and get into their groove early on and assess the conditions out here, and it's gonna be a very good cricketing match here with this surface.
So that's the situation at the toss, and the openers already out. The Soufriere Titans, the Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans also out. It's going to be Kevin Gassi. He's going to start from the southern end and he's going to bowl to Theo Edward. And joining him, of course, Akim Ogis Dexter. A very important game. Of course, a knockout situation. The team winning will go straight to the final. And the loser gets a second bite of the cherry, so to speak. But the teams would want to go straight to the final on May 23rd.
Yes, most definitely. A very nice game to be part of, one would say, Claudius. Either way, you still have an opportunity to make it to that grand final on the 23rd. And like you said, no team will be wanting to leave it until Sunday. So this encounter will be a very, very crucial one for both teams.
Yes, and of course the road to the final, sort of contrasting situation for the two teams. The City Blasters unbeaten, but the Soufriere Titans, they have won 4, lost 3. So just looking to get started. Not sure. Umpire's waiting for time. Oh, it's not even 7:30 yet. Maybe that's the situation. And so we will have a bit of a wait, not a delay, a wait. Quite unusual, but that's a good sign that we are ready ahead of time. It gives us an opportunity to maybe go through the 11s for you. The umpires, Roylin Cooper and Ronley Bonaparte. Okay, let's look at the City Blasters. Theo Edward, Akimo Geist, Rayshon Williams, Stephen Natrum, Kensley Paul, Jaden Eli Bucks, McKenny Clark, Magaran Shulet, Kyla Donis, Tyler Venner, and Dylan John. So that's the City Blasters there. One change for the City Blasters. And yes, in fact, Kyla Donis replacing Amari Goodridge, who's with the academy team. But we are ready to take the first one. We'll give you the Titans after this first delivery, which is chopped away by Edward to the backward point region. And it's Dane Edward doing the fielding. And so the City Blasters, they are off. One to Theo Edward as Akimogis comes into strike.
And the playing 11 for the Soufriere Titans are this evening: Kevin Sinclair, Mateo Boulogne, Ecstasy Manuel, Dijon Charles, Kurt Edward, Julian Sylvester, Shania Mesmin, Kevin Gassi, Dwight Thomas returns to the 11, Bradley Tissot also returns, and Jovan Charles.
So I think that was the man that Captain Ecstasy Manuel couldn't remember at the toss. It's Bradley Tissot who comes back. And so Gassi will bowl around the wicket to Auguste. Down the track, lofting that. That's gone high. That's gone big. And that's 6. My word. Second delivery. Akim Auguste has danced down against Gassi and lofting that away over wide long on for 6. A man who means business, Dexter. He's off the mark with a maximum. It's 7 without loss.
Yes, Akim Auguste wasting no time getting into his own right here this evening and putting Kevin Gassi under pressure straight away. There was not a lot wrong with that delivery, but Akim Auguste using his feet and getting close enough to that one and lofting it high over the long on region for the first 6 of the encounter. His first delivery.
My word, a stroke of supreme disdain. Advancing down on Gassi and lofting him away for 6. Back in the solitary innings of SPL 6 from Auguste, he got to 29 from very few deliveries. He's lofting, and that's gone straight up in the air. Possibility of a catch. Ecstasy Manuel on the edge of the circle. Takes it. Oh, Akim Auguste. 6 and out in the first over. And well, I tell you what, Ecstasy Manuel, well, he took a long time under that because it went straight up. But he had it covered. Akim Auguste, a very brief innings indeed, has come and gone. Caught Emmanuel, bowled Gassi for 6 in the first over. The Akel City Blasters, they're 7 for 1.
Yes, and if you are just joining the broadcast, there would have been a moment of silence. That ball went really high, and Ecstasy Manuel, he settled underneath that one and really calmed the nerves of his players out there and took that one comfortably. But it's the big wicket of Akim Auguste. Kevin Gassi, credit must be given to him. As we look at that one on the replay, that one spent ages in the night sky. And Ecstasy Manuel, cool, calm and collected. And the Soufriere Titans, they have striked and picked up their first wicket.
Indeed. Rayshon Williams, the new batter, coming in at number 3. And my oh my, Akim Auguste, 6-1 delivery, out the next. The first over of the innings. Gassi will bowl to Williams. He's over the wicket to the right-hander, who turns it away. Out to the square leg region. Kevin Sinclair comes off the boundary. And Williams is off the mark. Theo Edward comes into strike. And, well, the approach by Akim Auguste, very belligerent. Guess it's what you do now in the power play, looking to just go for total dominance. Gassi to Edward. Edward pulls for 6 over mid-wicket. Oh, that has landed on the roof of the Alton Craft stand. The top stroke from Theo Edward. It wasn't all that short, back of a length. And he went back and swiveled nicely and lofted it away over square leg, really, for 6. So a maximum to Edward. It's gone to 7, and it's 14 for 1.
Yes, and that is a sign of how good this wicket is out in the middle. Theo Edward, a back of the length delivery, really just playing through the line. And shows how good of a batsman he is when the ball is at that length and capitalizing on that one. And we'll have to wait and see how Kevin Gassi responds. After being hit for 6 by Akim Ogis, he responded with the wicket. So this ball coming up is a big one for the Super Titans.
But what an eventful over already, Dexter. We have had loads of action with Akim Ogis dancing down on Gassi, lofting him over long on for 6. And then the second delivery of the innings, then being out second ball or third ball, his second ball. And then we have had a 6. Gassi continues to Edward. Edward slashes it away or beats the man inside the ring and away to the boundary at deep third for 4. So Edward not able to cut that off. And a very eventful over indeed as Edward slashing outside the off stump and getting a healthy edge down to third man for 4. So 18 for 1. Edward has gone to 11 and Williams is on 1. A very eventful over indeed.
Yes, most definitely, and a true definition of what the power play is really. The batsman really coming hard at the bowler responding with an early wicket for his team. So 18 for 1, they would be very happy that Akim Ogis is back in the hut, but they would have liked for that one to have gone for a little bit less runs, 18 of the first over. But the City Blasters, they don't really rebuild. All they do is reload. That top 6, all of them striking at close to 200, if not more.
Well, they are a side that has done really well with the bat. In fact, in the 6 completed games, they have crossed the 200 mark on 4 occasions. They have chased 200 twice, and they have set up 200 also twice. So that's a team that is high on confidence. And even though they have lost the wicket of Akim Ogis, you'll expect them to continue pushing. New bowler. Well, second over. It's going to be Dijon. No, that's Tisson, who's bowled to Williams. Williams pushing it to mid-off for a quick single. So for Bradley Tisson, it's been a sort of an in and out type of competition. He gets an opportunity to come back into the 11. And he's going to bowl to Edward. Tisson, this is his 4th game. Picked up 4 wickets. Economy of just over 10. That's lofted, whipped away in fact. Poor delivery down the leg side. And helped by Edward to the long leg boundary for 4.
Yes, a good shot there by Theo Edward, really not allowing Bradley Tisson to settle and taking advantage of that loose delivery that was offered to him. As we look at that one on the replay, really a full toss on the legs and neatly worked past the fielder at short fine leg for another boundary. And Tisson would be advised to really use the wicket. There is some moisture available out there, and he's known to get that ball to move about a bit. He would want to make good use of that.
Deep point and deep mid wicket. Tisson is 2 straight, clipped away by Edward out to the mid wicket fielder, and the return being sent into Sylvester. 1 more to Edward. He goes to 16, and the total 24 for 1. Raishon Williams, the overseas player, waits as Tisson, another one down the leg side, and wide core. Williams in his 6 matches, 167 runs, strike rate of just about 181 and a half. And we'll look to set up a good foundation, continue striking in the power play. T-Saw to Williams. Williams, a big drive inside edge will bring him just a single to the fielder on the mid-wicket boundary. Bounce return coming back into Sylvester. One more to Williams. He's 3. It's 26 for 1.
Yes, and we could hear Captain Ecstasy Manuel really trying to motivate his troops and keep them in the encounter. It's a big occasion here, win, and you get a straight flight into the finals. T-Saw continues.
To Edward. Edward drives straight to the fielder at extra cover. And that's Emmanuel. There's no run. So he stays on 16. Let's feel Edward. One delivery left in the second over. T-Saw to Edward. Edward is struck on the pad. Big appeal. And no, says the umpire. Ooh, that was a close thing there. Edward essaying a straight drive at it now. But as he played it, he was playing across the line. And lucky to have survived that as the over comes to an end. We'll look at it again on the replay. And, well, what do you make of that, Dexter?
Waiting to see if the umpire provided any indication as to why that one was not out. But T-Saw is known to really get that new ball to move about, and on that occasion getting that one to swing into the right-handed Theo Edward, who played around that one and got struck on the pad. He survives, and that brings over number 2 to an end. So the Akel City Blasters, having been asked to bat first in qualifier 1, they are 26 for 1.
Bowling change as Shania Mesmin has been brought in. So the one expensive over from Gassi, although it was successful, bringing about a change. So Mesmin will bowl to Williams. Start of over number 3. Mesmin to Williams. Williams gets a good one. Comes across his stumps and plays it up to mid-off. And there's no run. So the tall figure of Shania Mesmin comes back. 6 wickets so far. Economy of 10.46. Of course, a genuine all-rounder at this level. It's going to move into Williams. Williams drives. Beats the fielder at mid-off. That's Charles not able to cut it off. It was nicely hit. It was timed well. Went quite quickly. Maybe not providing him with a good bounce to pick it up, but that has gone past him and into the boundary for 4. So first boundary for Williams. He's gone to 7, and it's 30 for 1.
Yes, a very good shot there from Rayshawn Williams, getting the better of Dijon Charles at mid-off.
Mesmin continues to Williams. Williams chops it away. Can the man come across? No, he can't. At backward point, that has gone to his left. And so successive boundaries for Rayshawn Williams. He goes into double figures. And the Akel City Blasters pushing to 34 for 1.
As we look at that one on the replay, really using the pace and getting the angle right to the left of the fielder position on the deep point boundary. So a very good combination of strokes there from Rayshawn Williams, picking up those 8 runs in the first 3 deliveries of this Shania Mesmin over.
We've got a bit of a drizzle sweeping across the ground. Williams goes forward, quick single. Shania Mesmin picks up, but can't stop the single. So third over in progress here. Got that drizzle at the Francis Babalastic ground in Grosile. And just getting a little heavier, but there's quite a bit of breeze. And interesting to see what the umpires will do. It's getting a little heavier, and we might have an interruption here. Yes, we are going to have an interruption as the ground staff go towards the covers. So unfortunate with the rain, but we don't suspect it's going to be too serious. Don't have a lot of moisture around these days, but we are having some here at the Baba Lastic ground. So we've got an interruption. 35 for 1 after 2.4. We are in qualifier 1, and an interruption here, Dexter.
Yes, and with that breaking play, I am thinking to myself, which team might that benefit? The Akel City Blasters, they're scoring at 13.1, 2 runs so far, halfway through the power play. And the Soufriere Titans, yes, they've struck, but they've not been able to contain the City Blasters batsmen. So that breaking play may just give them an opportunity to really discuss their plans to the pay out in the middle, Rayshon Williams and Theo Edward.
All right, so that's the situation at the Francis Baba Lastic ground. We've got an interruption in play, and so we'll take a break and then, of course, come back when it clears up and we can have more action here in the qualifier 1 as the two teams, the City Blasters and the Soufriere Titans, they are locked in battle. No play at this time because we've got rain. Let's take a break and then we'll come back with the resumption.
I beg what she want, more fish, what we drink you. Do your life sure, what's it up with feeling like it? Clean and pure, listen up.
Again, let me say good night. Friend, I see you. Family, I see you too. I want to big up, a special big up to the people that team not there, but they come anyway. You all are the real MVP. Yeah, big up you all. Big up you, friend. Let me tell you something. If I don't contest night, I get to sit down. I did the whole music on you. My friend Fahad, watch here, look it. No wonder what like finish. Alright. So I guess we're just waiting for the touchlight to come in. Go back in the team that are supposed to be ready. When somebody buy about 2 pellet batteries for us to put in the torchlight and we go organize. So just tell the person to wait. Don't forget, secure your area in the parking stand for the finals. Over where the flow set is on the concrete area. This is where the parking stand is going to be. Real Bacchanal going to be there. Big up celebrity friends in the place, Mr. Roots. That's right. Let me rewind down there. Get ready. If I can make somebody remember tune from back in the day. Alright, so while we wait for the light to warm up itself and come through, remember to come catch your merchandise right here. Official merch right now. if ever there's a current at your home, if you lose current at your home, call Hassan. Hassan on the field, one time, light come on. If you ever lose current at your home, that man we check it. Alright, so lights are back on. In just a little while, we are going to resume our game. One time again. Remember, we're going to have a massive halftime show in the finals. Look out for that one. They try to calm me down. They try to calm me down. They say I can't drink rum. So much I got in town. So much I got in town. Everybody know the behavior. From July, rich and creator. Just like what I don't get accommodation. So find me all over the nation. Making a whole set of bad decisions. Because that is a bad decision. Making bad decisions. It could never be a bad decision. I do what I'm doing. Don't study what I'm doing. I let you know what I'm doing. Don't study me, no. I should have got on that. Putting force over alcohol and my heel is bending down. The last time I checked, I just make my own decisions. From sorted out to galas. The champ will let Johnny Johnny know what I behavior. From July, eventually you area. I get off like butter, don't get accommodation. The teams are out. Within the whole set of bad decisions. One check. Is a bad decision. I don't care, I'm making bad decisions. If you are representing for the City Blasters, make some noise!
Good news from the Francis Baba Lastic ground. The rain is over and the players are coming back. And so we are going to have a resumption. A very sharp shower, but the good thing is that it was not very long. And so the covers have been pulled away. We also had maybe a bit of delay contributed by the lights. A bit of a power surge at the ground, but lights are fully back in operation and we are going to resume. So Dexter 35 for 1, 2.4. The Akel City Blasters going at 13.1. And good news is that we're going to have a resumption. And even better news, we're going to have no reduction in the overs.
Yes, most definitely. So the qualifier one is still in good standing for both teams. And the Soufriere Titans, they would want to continue by picking up wickets. And they've only picked up one, but the City Blasters would be hoping that the pair in the middle can continue where they left off.
Mesmin to resume to Edward. Edward turns it away to the backward square region. Kevin Sinclair comes to his right. And one more to the total. 36 now for 1. Edward going to 17. And players just getting their feet back into action. So a bit of moisture on the surface, but we don't expect it to affect things too much. That's whipped away. Still on leg stump is Mesmin. Sinclair this time coming to his left to complete a very long over that started about half an hour ago. 37 for 1 it is after 3. The Akel City Blasters having been inserted by the Soufriere Titans.
Yes, and with that rain break, one would have thought that the Soufriere Titans would have had a minute, well, a long minute that was, to really discuss what their plans will be at the resumption and moving forward. And for the Akel City Blasters, they would want to continue that run scoring that we saw before the rain break. They were scoring, as you said earlier, at 13s. And for the moment, it will be Bradley Tissot to continue. We did see a bowling change from the other end where Gassi was only given 1 over, replaced by Shanai Mesmin. So we need to wait and see how the Soufriere Titans takes it from here.
Tissot will bowl to Williams. Williams gets a full delivery that is wide of off stump and squeezes it under the bat. And it goes back to Tisa. So 37 for 1. Williams will want to get himself back in momentum. But back with us is a drizzle, very light. As we continue, Tisson to Williams. Williams drives to the mid outfielder, who's picking up. And still a bit of moisture around Dexter. The drizzle has come back, but it's very light. And we're hoping that it doesn't cause another interruption. According to my app, my weather app, it looks that we are safe. I don't think we have any more rain in the forecast. Down the ground hit to mid-off on the bounce. Mesmin is across nicely. And stopping that. So Williams kept scoreless. Nice to see a bit of support for the Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans. I think I can see the supporters with pom-poms, so that's good. It will add to the excitement here. As Tisson to Williams. Williams gets one down the leg side, looks to turn it, missing. And Sylvester taking it low down. Didn't seem to be too far from the leg stump, or maybe perhaps might even have brushed the pad, because there's no signal of wide from umpire at the far end. Stays at 37 for 1.
Yes, a good start to over number 4 there from Tissot. 4 dot deliveries at the resumption of play. Ryshan Williams, he looks like he's eager to get going.
Tissot to Williams. Williams gets one that is on leg stump. Turns it away to the right of Mesmin at mid-on for the single. First run of the over from the 5th delivery. 38 for 1 it is, as Williams goes to 14. Edward coming back into strike.
Ryshan Williams has shown good temperament. Has not been lured into any false strokes as yet. See how Theo Edward goes.
Tisson to him. Edward digs it out. It's full and can only do so defensively. Straight to the mid-off fielder. And this is a very good over from Bradley Tisson. Just the 1 run being considered. It is the 4th of the innings. The Kel City Blasters, they are 38 for 1.
Yes, by far the most economical over we've had in this inning so far. That from Bradley Tisson, he bowling his second over from that end. As we see the graphic on screen now, a very big first over. That was bowled by Kevin Gassi, went for some 18 runs. Akim Ogis and Theo Edward really took a liking to him, but he got that big wicket of Akim Ogist and Shanai Mesmin and Bradley Tisson, the other bowlers to have been used. But a very good over there, very economical over. Credit to the Soufriere Titans as we are about to see another bowling change, Claudius.
Indeed. So Mesmin being given the solitary over and now being replaced by the burly figure of Charles. Javon Charles is going to bowl to Williams. Williams has considered a number of dot balls, particularly in the previous over. Will want to be more positive there against Charles. That's short. He's looking to swing it away. Struck on the pad. The return from the keeper to the non-striker's end, missing. And so they complete the single. No signal from the umpire. So a run to Williams goes to 15. 39 for 1 at the start of the 5th. Edward will now come into strike against Charles. Remember, we are still in the power play. This is the 5th over. Charles was picked up 3 wickets in the series so far. Balls to Edward, chopped away, but straight to the fielder at a point. And Edward remains scoreless. So Jovan Charles, the 3 wickets, economy 10.3, and would want to keep things tight. But of course, Ecstasy Manuel now with the rag. In discussion with him, will want to get penetration as well. Lots of chatter out among the Soufriere Titan fielders. It ends up with Tisson going to the backward point boundary to complement Kevin Sinclair, who's at square leg. So that's the 2 out. Backward point and square leg. 3 on the on, 4 on the off. Charles to Edward. Edward short and looking to smash that away. And missing outside the off stump. I think Edward there would be disappointed. First of all, earlier in the over, he found a man who was inside the circle. And then with the fielder posted on the boundary, missing out to one that was even shorter. And might have maybe hit it away to the boundary to his right. But it's not successful. So 2 dot balls being considered there by Theo Edward. He's 17 from 11. Charles to Edward. Edward back of a length. Doesn't cue it properly. We'll get a single to short mid-wicket. But over the last few deliveries, Dexter not really cueing the ball properly.
Guess what we've seen from Jovan Charles is pace on, pace off. So he's really keeping the batsman guessing. And Theo Edward, he's not been able to guess right up until this point. Let's see how Ryshawn Williams, if he's able to pick it.
40 for 1 it is. We are in the 5th over. Charles to Williams. Williams play and miss. Outside the off stump. Short and maybe pace off. And I think Williams playing over the ball as it went into the gloves of Sylvester. So the Titans, they have done well as they have reduced the rate to just over 8. It was 13 at the rain break. The crowd building up nicely. Good support for the Titans. Charles moving into Williams. Williams gets one down the leg side, looking to flick at it. Missing, maybe brushing the pad, but wide call by umpire Cooper. Good take by Sylvester. But the Akel City Blasters not able to lay bat on ball productively in recent deliveries.
Yes, just the 4 runs from the last 11 deliveries so far. So credit must be given to the Soufriere Titan bowlers.
They have certainly welcomed the rain break, because prior to that, Akel City Blasters were going at 13s. Charles to Williams. Williams drives. Caught! An extra cover straight to Excess Emmanuel. He has picked up his 2nd catch, so the pressure that was building has resulted in the loss of Williams, looking to get out of jail, but he has found Ecstasy Manuel on the edge of the circle. So he goes, Williams, caught Emmanuel, bowled Charles for 15. It's 41 for 2 in the 5th over.
Ryshawn Williams, as we see that one on the replay, he would not have hit a delivery much better this evening. He really creamed that one, but he picked out the wrong man of the Soufriere Titans. It's Ecstasy Manuel, who has had safe hands here for the Soufriere Titans this evening. That's his 2nd catch. And the Akel City Blasters, they've lost their 2nd wicket in the process. Jovan Charles, he continues to pick up crucial wickets every time that Captain Ecstasy Emmanuel has called upon him. A bag of tricks really in that over, and picking up the wicket in the final delivery of the over that only went for 3 runs.
So the 2 4s for Williams, 15 coming from 16. But really a case, Dexter, as the Akel City Blasters captain comes in, Stephen Natram. Ryshawn Williams struggling to get the ball away and then looking to force the pace and being dismissed.
Yes, most definitely, and a credit must be given to Jovan Charles. He really stuck to the plan and he did not go away from it, and in the end getting the just reward that the wicket of Ryshawn Williams. And the break in play, that rain break, and they resume with that over from Bradley T. So that only went for one. Jovan Charles backing that up, as well as the fans in the stands. Things are really going or turning towards the way of the Soufriere Titans at the moment.
And talking about fans, credit to the Titans fans, because I think that's the most vocal support that we have seen for them in the series so far, and nice to see that. And they have responded well to the support. We have to say, putting some pressure on the Akel City Blasters, because they came blasting early on in the innings, but they have pulled things back. New bowler coming in, the off spin of Sinclair. He's gonna bowl to Edward, who gets one on about middle stump, turns it away. Out to Extus Emmanuel, the man who has been in action, well, from the toss he has been in action and doing the fielding. Edward with the single going to 19, and Stephen Natrum is gonna come in strike. Now Natrum usually opens the batting, likes to go against the seamers. He's got a different challenge now, spin to contend with. He goes back and looking to turn it, a bit of a leading edge. That ends up at extra cover. And was that Bowloin picking up? No run. 42 for 2. The rate down now, 7.88. Round the wicket, Sinclair to him. No ball called, looking to hoik that away. And missing down the leg side. And as we have seen from Sinclair on a number of occasions, overstepping and been called by umpire Napoleon, and so free hit to Stephen Natrum.
Yes, Stephen Natrum, like you would have said, he's accustomed of coming in and facing the Pacers, but today he has to deal with Kevin Sinclair, who has done brilliantly for the Soufriere Titans. But Sinclair has been guilty of affording him a free hit right now, and he will be looking to take full advantage of that one, sending back his helmet.
As he comes in to Natrum. Natrum hits that long for 6 of extra cover. Oh, he was on a bent right knee that was in his slot. And not surprising, he's a man striking at almost 230 for the series. And not the type of striking that you need to give a gift of a free hit. And Stephen Natrum, who has gotten 124 runs in the series so far, really spreading the left leg and smashing that away for a maximum. 49 for 2 it is as he gets off the mark. And, well, not the type of gift that you want to present to such an aggressive player.
Yes, most definitely, and he took full advantage of that one.
Sinclair goes over the wicket. So he moves into Natrum. Natrum back and forces it in the air for a while, but past Sinclair on the onside of the wicket to get an easy single to long on as he goes to 7 under 50 coming up for the City Blasters in the 6th over.
Yes, and Stephen Natrum early on, his second delivery looked a little bit nervous, but after that 6 of the no ball, we saw him confidently now working that one for a single. So he is a lot more comfortable now, and that just shows how this game really flows.
Round the wicket, Sinclair to Edward. Edward goes back, runs it down to short third. We'll get the single to Tisson. Good response from Natrum. Edwards' 20th run, 51 for 2. 1 delivery left in the power play. As Sinclair will bowl to Natrum. Long on and deep mid wicket, the 2 out. He's over the wicket, Sinclair. To Natrum. Natrum is looking to turn it a little squared up and will not get the single as Bowloin is equal to the fielding opportunity, keeping the batsmen in their respective creases. To complete the power play, 51 for 2, the Akel City Blasters, and they're going at 8.5.
Yes, and credit to the Soufriere Titans, the way they've really pulled this power play back and made it a bit even. Stevens, one would say, because the way that the Akel City Blasters really started, they were scoring at 13s as we see the graphic, and they tall towers early on in the power play. But Bradley T. saw Jovan Charles really pulled it back in overs 4 and 5. So from here on, the Titans would be hoping that they can continue to pick up wickets and really control the scoring rate of the City Blasters. Theo Edward, he has been out there for some time. A crucial innings for the young man. A game where you have some sort of cushion. And he has been out there for some 14 deliveries. So the City Blasters would be hoping that his innings can really develop here this evening.
Charles will move into him, start of the 7th. As he plays it away and will get a single to the backward point fielder. Dwight Thomas is there. And Theo Edward picking up his 21st run as the total goes to 52 for 2. So Natrom has come in at number 4 today and would want to put a partnership here with Edward. Charles looking to continue his variations. Moves into Natrom. Natrom is forward. Oh, cotton ball chance put down. A difficult one, as we have seen a number of times in this brief innings from Natrom so far. He has been a little uncertain as he's looked to defend. That might have come from the face of the bat, but it went airborne back to Charles. Diving attempt low down to his right. And just not able to hold on. Natrom looking to turn it. This time he's forward. Quick single. And they'll get it comfortably this time as it goes to Gassi at extra cover. And one more to Natrom. He goes to 8. It's 53 for 2.
Yes, and there seems to be some indication in the stroke play of both Stephen Natrom and Theo Edward that there is something out there in the middle. That ball is not really coming onto the bat.
Charles this time to Edward. Edward drives down to long on. Mesmin is there. Ambled single by the 2 batters. High return going to keeper Sylvester. Edward to 22, 54 for 2. 2 deliveries left in the 7th over. So Charles having cover outside of the power play of a deep extra cover, long off, long on, deep mid wicket, deep square leg. Comes in to Natrom. Natrom is getting a full delivery on leg stump, clips it again to Mesmin, who has to come off the boundary on this occasion to pick it up on the edge of the circle. One more to Natrom. He goes to 9, 55 for 2 with 1 delivery left in the 7th.
Yes, and it seems to be that Captain Stephen Natrom and Theo Edward are really trying to rebuild or really get the pace of the wicket again before they could explode once more.
Charles to Edward. Edward whips it away, all the way over mid-wicket for 6. Into the pads, and with a very short backlift and a bit of a whip, a jab at that. Sending it nicely over the mid-wicket area and all the way for a maximum. The first maximum from the bat of Edward is gone to 28 at the end of the 7th. And the Akel City Blasters, they're 61 for 2.
It's actually his second maximum in that direction of the Alton Crafton stands and really silencing the Soufriere Titans supporters as we see that one on the replay. Really using the wrist on that one and dispatching that over the mid-wicket region for an almighty 6. But Jovan Charles really was guilty of being a little bit too predictable with his length in that over. He had been a lot fuller. And Theo Edward was able to capitalize on that final delivery, conceding some 10 runs in his second over.
Over number 8, Sinclair will move in. Interesting, his statistics, Sinclair, the most economical of bowlers in the series and the most aggressive with the bat. Forward goes Natrom and plays it up onto the onside. Edward wanting the single, it is not on. So Sinclair, an economy of 5.93 before this game started, and he's picked up 8 wickets. Short and looking to swing that away, Natrum. And not making contact. Sylvester taking the Bears off. But Natrum was in place. So Sinclair was opened the bowling for the Titans in a few of the games, has come in towards the end of the power play here. Natrum looking to turn it. Is not successful. And typical Sinclair, very economical.
Yes, most definitely. Sinclair started this second over a lot better than he did in the first.
He moves into Natrum. Natrum looking to hoik that. That's gone from the inside edge out to the mid-wicket boundary. Manuel is there. And only a single to Natrum. He goes to double figures. It's 62 for 2.
Yes, and the Soufriere Titans would be hoping that Kevin Sinclair can really close this over off well.
Comes in this time to Edward. Edward back, runs it down, but straight to Tisson on the edge of the circle. And there's no run, so the over continuing in its economical way to complete it. Sinclair to Edward. Edward back, turns it. A back of a length delivery, a faster one as well. All he can get is the single as Ecstasy Manuel comes to pick it up at the mid-wicket region. So a very good over from Sinclair. Just the two coming. The 8th of the innings. The Kel City Blasters in qualifier 1 of SPL 6. They're 63 for 2.
Yes, and credit must be given to Kevin Sinclair with moisture out in the outfield. He's done really well to grip that ball as well as he has done. 2 overs for just the 12 runs, and he continues to operate very effectively for the Titans. And what a change a few days break could make. The last time we saw Stephen Natrum at this venue, he had a half century in 13 balls. Today he's already faced 12 balls for just the 11 runs. So a different challenge for him here in qualifier 1 against the Soufriere Titans.
Indeed, and I think Natrum, he's seized of the importance of this game. In that previous game you cited, it was a very low score against the Knights. 103 the target was, and the Kel City Blasters got there in 6.5 overs. This is different. This is pressure stuff. Of course, the winner goes straight to the final. Gassi will bowl to Edward. Edward gets one down the leg side, whipping at it and not making contact, but wide call by umpire Cooper. 64 now for 2. So Gassi comes back after the expensive first over that went for 18 and not starting on target. So Edward will go back into his stance and will get ready to continue the battle against Gassi. Hits that. That's gone high. Could be a catch for Sinclair, who's coming off the boundary. Oh, not able to catch it, and it will go for 4. Misjudging it badly because he was on the boundary. He came forward, had to run about 15 to 20 yards, got there, but just seemed to have maybe overrun it, and in the end had to try to take it to his left and didn't seem to lay anything on it because it went past him into the boundary for 4 as Edward goes to 33 and the total 68 for 2. We look at it again on the replay. Long run from him and then missing it as it came down. Gassi continues to Edward. Edward hits that. That's gone high. That's 6 over wide, long off. Oh, this is quite a stroke from Edward. That looked like a tennis smash. He hit it on one leg. It was short and he smashed it over wide, long off for 6. And Theo Edward, well, he's getting an opportunity to show his ability. He's gone to 39 and it's 74 for 2.
Theo Edward really showing his quality and showing his class here this evening. Almost leaving the pitch, both feet off the ground and hitting that one over long off for 6. Kevin Sinclair just putting him down the delivery before that. And they've been made to pay. And Theo Edward, he moves on to 39 and he continues to motor on for the Akel's City Blasters. Some 21 deliveries, he's faced 3 4s and 3 6s, striking at 185. A big innings for him. He's really not been among the runs as he would have loved. Joining the competition a bit late, coming from Winwood's under 19 duties. And today he would want to make that stat count. Just the 66 runs for him so far in the 4 games. So he would want to ensure that this innings, this stat that he has this evening, he makes it count.
Indeed. Theo Edward, reminding you, captain of the Winwood's under 19 team. As he waits. That's hit, that's gone high. Catch opportunity for the man. Oh, he's not going to get that. Oh, and can he save the boundary? Yes. Edward coming back for the second. But that was a difficult one for Edward on the edge of the circle at short backward square leg. Edward, we look at it on the replay, looking to pull that. It went straight up. And it was almost like a bit of a merry-go-round for the fielder and misjudged it badly. He was very far from it, in fact, as he came down. Kurt Edward, as it came down. Gassi continues to Edward. Edward hits that. That's gone in the air. Catching opportunity this time for Mesmin. Oh, puts it down. Oh, the hands were very low. And from hand to ground, Theo Edward living a charmed life in this over. That's his 3rd opportunity he has given. None of them have been taken. He goes to 42. It's 77 for 2 as we see it again on the replay.
Yes, Theo Edward really flipping the switch and going all out attack. Shanae Mesmin getting there, getting both hands to it, putting it down. But on all 3 occasions, what we've seen is when the ball goes up, there's this strong breeze moving from left to right. And that seems to have been deceiving the fielders who are running in a bit too fast as Gassi continues.
This time to Natrum. Down the leg side, wide call. So just missing the plot there, Gassi. And I guess you can understand why. Frustration of seeing 3 catching opportunities go a begging in this over. It's 78 for 2.
Yes, in the previous game in Eliminator 1, we saw 7 catches go down by the Chosel Craft Masters. And the fielders, they continue to struggle under the lights here at the Francis Baba Lastic grounds.
Gassi to Natrum. Natrum hooks it away. Gordon Greenwich style all the way. 6 of a backward square leg. Short, and inside of it was Stephen Natrum, and really helping it along. Not a violent stroke by any means, but just laying bat on ball, almost helping it all the way over backward square leg for 6. As he goes to 16, it's 84 for 2.
21 runs off over number 9 so far. As we see that one on replay, a very stylish stroke there by Natrum, in contrast to what we've seen from Theo Edward, who's really trying to force it. Natrum just helped that one on its way.
Gassi again to Natrum. Natrum is forward, wants a single, but Edward is not having any of it. End of the over, another expensive one from Gassi's point of view. Also a frustrating one with the catches being put down. 9 completed now. Akel City Blasters, they're 84 for 2.
Yes, and Kevin Gassi walks away after bowling this over. A very frustrated man, you could tell. Some 3 catches, 3 chances he created there for his team, as we see that over being the most expensive of the innings so far. And the Akel City Blasters, it's really been a tug of war between the 2 teams when it comes to that scoring rate. Earlier we saw that the Soufriere Titans really took some control back in the game, but it all went out the window in that over.
Over number 10. About to start. Kevin Sinclair, the man from Guyana, will move into Edward, who pushes it down to long on. to Mesmen to pick up his 43rd run as the total goes to 85. 2 wickets are down. Sinclair moves into Natrum now, who's forward, turns it away, and looking for the single that is not on. Sylvester quickly from behind the stumps doing the fielding. So another dot ball from Sinclair, who's moving in to Natrum. Natrum hits that long and massively over wide, long on. Oh, that has gone completely out of the playing area. That has gone towards the Glad Tidings Church. And good tidings for Stephen Natrum and the Akel City Blasters. Another maximum. He goes to 22, and it's 91 for 2.
As we see that one on the replay, Kevin Sinclair really pitching that one in the arc. You do not bowl there to Stephen Natrum in the form that he's shown he is in the last couple of innings we've seen from him. 11 of 12, he's now 22 of 16, so some acceleration there. And the City Blasters, they're fighting back, applying pressure onto the Soufriere Titans team, having been asked to bat first in qualifier number 1. 91 for 2, they have increased their scoring rate to 9.58, and that we will have a replacement ball because definitely no one is getting that one. Biggest hit we've seen of the evening.
Yes, it went a long way. And of course, Stephen Natrum is a strongly built man. He's not tall, but he packs a punch. And as you said, Dexter, that was in the slot. And he really launched into it. Midway in the 10th over. Got a replacement. Ball, that is. Sinclair starts to Natrum. Natrum, another 6 of a backward square leg. Oh, it's raining 6s from his bat. I reckon the last 3 balls have gone for maximums from Natrum. Successive 6s in this over. And the ball just disappearing from Natrum's presence. That has gone over backward square leg. And a lot of work for the reserve umpire, Ali Augustine, who has to come out with another replacement. And Stephen Natrum has gone into top gear.
Yes, a very good shot from Stephen Natrum. That one was shot on the line of the leg stump, and he really got inside the line on one knee and just helped that one. He's really not seen a shot of anger from this man. He just helped that one. But such is the timing and brilliance of the man, getting that one far and high over that deep backward square leg region. It's just 2 deliveries left before that 10 over drinks break mark. We'll wait and see how Stephen Natrum opts to play those deliveries. Does he really look to see out Kevin Sinclair, or does he continue to take the attack to him?
And the interesting thing about his innings so far is that he has tended to struggle in playing the defensive strokes or looking to pick up singles, but on the attacking option, everything has come from the middle of the bat, and he has been very, very effective indeed. 28 years from 17, 4 maximums, no boundaries as yet. I reckon the last 3 balls he has faced has gone for 6s. Just looking to confirm that. Last 3 balls from Stephen Natrum has been smashed out of the park. 2 over backward square leg, 1 over wide mid wicket. We continue as Sinclair to Natrum. Natrum turns it away through square leg. Backward square leg will come in to pick up behind the umpire, and Natrum picks up his 29th run as the total goes to 98 for 2.
Good productive over from the City Blasters so far, some 14 runs. Final delivery before the drinks break.
Sinclair to Edward. Edward looking to chop it away, not getting hold of it. It goes back towards Sinclair to complete the 10th over. So we have come to the halfway mark. The Akel City Blasters, they have been sent in And 98 for 2 it is, as the players have a drinks break as we prepare for a series of interviews. Your take on the first half of the innings, Dexter?
Yes, the City Blasters, having been asked to bat first, they really got off to a flyer. Akim Ogis, Sean Williams and Theo Edward inside the power play did brilliantly. And it was that over from Bradley Tisaw, Jovan Charles, and then Bradley Tisaw again, which really pulled things back for the Soufriere Titans. They would be happy that the scoring rate at the 10 over mark is not above 10, and they've picked up 2 wickets, but they would hope that they can continue to pick up wickets and further reduce that scoring rate of the City Blasters.
Okay, so the players are having a drinks break. Let's have a discussion with the managers.
Francis Baba Lastic Mini Stadium in Grosley. And of course, right here with me, I have Mr. Keno Mason, who is the coach of the Akel City Blasters. So, Mr. Mason, important question for you tonight. How has the journey been for your team for the SPL 6 this year?
It's been a good journey so far. Played 7, 1 6 and 1 has been abandoned. So the guys have been playing good cricket. We still have a level to go. The competition has been well organized, and the guys are enjoying it most of all.
And of course, and you, your personal view?
Not bad, coming from Trinidad and Tobago. This tournament is well organized, and we have some good talent in St. Lucia. So I'm just enjoying the tournament and knowing that my team would go all the way.
Oh yeah, and talking about your team going all the way, tell us, it's qualifier number 1 tonight. Do you believe that you will be successful tonight and get another chance at the finals?
Oh yeah, definitely. We just have to play consistently well and play good cricket, and when we be there, we looking at the rest of the teams, they have good teams in the competition, but I think that my team is there and thereabouts, and we haven't played a perfect game as yet, so we're still searching for that game, and I think that game is right around the corner.
All right. So thank you very much, coach of the Akel City Blasters, Mr. Keno Mason. And of course, hopes are high. And of course, the positivity is 100% because Akel's taking it tonight. Huh?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Coach for the Soufriere Titans, Mr. Dalton Polius. Mr. Polius, how has the journey been so far in SPL 6?
So far, it's been a really good one. Obviously, we went for the qualifiers winning 4 games out of 7. So it's been a mixed bag. I still feel that we still have a lot more games a lot more better games in us. We have, like I always tell the guys, you haven't played our perfect game as yet. So hopefully, this game coming up, we can play a much better game. But so far, it's been a journey where a learning journey, a mixed journey, but I feel that we can do better.
All right, so we're looking forward to you guys qualifying tonight.
Thank you very much. Of course, we will qualify. Again, we don't play cricket just to lose games. So far, we've been doing well so far. Hopefully, the guys can continue well and we can come out victorious in this game.
All right, Mr. Dalton Polius of the Soufriere Titans.
We're back for over number 11. So nice to get the views of the 2 coaches there. As we look at the tactics, we continue with Gassi to Natrum, plays it to the back. Oh, that's a save. Ecstasy Manuel doing that and mopping up the work of Tisson on the edge of the circle. So 2 to Natrum as the 100 comes up. So 100 in the 11th over. Ecstasy Manuel has been in the thick of things throughout the innings so far. Captain Courageous. Gassi moving in to Natrum. Natrum is pushing that into the offside. The free direct hit missing. And oh, is that an injury to Natrum? It's gone down there and is coming up. Seems to be okay. Maybe just losing his footing at the on striker's end. So he gets the single to take him to 32, and it's 1-1 for 2.
Yes, and the last break that we had in play did the Soufriere Titans really well, and they would be hoping that this one does produce the same results.
Gassi to Edward. Edward looking to hoik that away. Struck on the pad. Maybe the thigh pad. Sylvester picking up as Edward missed out. Leg by called. 102 for 2. As we start the 11th over. The KL City Blasters going at just under 10. Natrum back in strike. 32 from 20. Gassi from the southern end moves into Natrum. Natrum forward, opens the face at the bat, beats the fielder, and away to the boundary, this time to his left. 4-2 Natrum, just opening the face, guiding that away. And a sprawling dive by Tisson was not successful. Gassi is not happy with the result as he concedes the boundary. 36 now to Natrum, 106 for 2.
Gassi has really suffered from those misfields. He's considered the 46 runs so far this evening.
In his third over, it comes into Natrum. Natrum again edges, this time well away from the fielder and away to the boundary for 4. And well, it maybe brings to question the field placing. Maybe the man needs to be on the boundary, but Natrum, well, he will not mind that because he has gone to 40 with the boundary. It's 110 for 2, and the frustration is at the maximum level for Kevin Gassi.
Yes, most definitely. He's gone for 50 runs in 2.5 overs. He's picked up that big wicket in the first over, but it's been all downhill from there on for him. Do we see the field change? No, it remains the same. It's the dip point as opposed to the man on the third man boundary, and he continues.
He moves in to Natrum. Natrum is beaten outside the off stump on this occasion, looking to maybe run it down to third man again, but this time it has eluded the bat. And another unhappy over ends for Kevin Gassi. His third, he has conceded 50. And after 11 overs, the KL City Blasters, they're 110 for 2.
Yes, and one of the changes we've seen from the Soufriere Titans in this game with Kevin Gassi is, I think in the previous 3 games, he may have bowled all his overs in the power play. And today they've opted to spread his overs across the different phases of the innings. But it's not worked out so far. This game is really can go your way one over and not go your way the other. So he still has 1 over in his spell if Ecstasy Manuel opts to use him. 110 after 11 and even 10 runs and over the City Blasters are operating at this stage. Stephen Natrum and Theo Edward, a good partnership building between these two with the likes of Kensley Paul, Jaden Elibox, McKenny Clark, McGarren Shulet and Kyler Dawn. Is the Soufriere Titans will remember very well. These two took a game away from them. The City Blasters, they have a platform to really get a big total here this evening.
Dijon Charles is now being brought in, and he's going to bowl to Natrum. You mentioned the partnership. Let's look at what they have done so far, these two. 69 from 36, so they have done quite well since the loss of Ryshawn Williams, and they're laying a platform here to really launch big as the innings comes to an end. So support for the Titans coming out of the Alton Crafton stand. Dijon Charles looking to get things exactly right as he starts his spell. He has picked up 6 wickets. He's in the series economy under 10, just under. He will come to Edward. Edward drive, that's in the air. Oh, and a bit of misjudgment from Dwight Thomas, who was stationary for a while And, well, Boulogne from the extra cover boundaries, hands akimbo and saying, well, why did you not go for that? Misjudged it there, and in the end it fell between himself and the sweeper. Edward picking up his 43rd run, or is it his 44th? 111 for 2.
Yes, and the strong breeze really continues to deceive the fielders out there.
Charles moves in now to Natrum. Natrum drives. That's gone to the sweeper. Boulogne over his head. 6. In fact, he has parried it over the boundary for 6. A little slow in coming to his left. And then the left-handed attempt to catch one-handed. And the ball ricocheting and actually being helped over the boundary for 6. Natrum benefiting, going to 46. And it's 117 for 2. Not a good effort on the boundary from Boulogne.
Yes, again, we can see that one always moving to his left. As we see that one, he had to sprint, and in the end, leaping at that one, trying to pull it back in with his left hand, but only succeeding in parrying it over the boundary. Another 6 to Stephen Natrum. He is one boundary away from another half century.
Indeed, and has picked up that rate of scoring. We were saying how slow he was in his first 10 deliveries or so. Charles to him, wide delivery, and he lets it go. Gets the wide call from umpire Napoleon as the total goes to 118 for 2. So the Titans here almost doing a Swazel Craft Masters in Eliminator 1. Swazel put down some 7 chances. Full outside the off stump, but play and a miss by Natrum. I make it, we have seen some 5 put down already. There were 3 in the previous over from Gassi. And we have had 1 from Boulogne. Possibly some half chances as well. I think we have had close to 7 if you have been overly critical. Outside the off stump, a big swing at it from Natrum, missing, but umpire says it's too wide. Another extra, 119 for 2. Charles not wanting to get too close to the aggressive bat of Natrum.
Yes, a clear ploy there from Dijon Charles and his Titans on that wide line outside the off stump.
Charles moves into Natrum. Natrum hits that in the air, put down. Came off the diving right hand of Thomas. I'm not sure if that went, did that hit ground or was that airborne? Was that another catch put down? Single to Natrum. It goes to 47. 120 for 2. Theo Edward in strike. Charles moves in. Edward drives big. That's gone massively. That's gone straight. That's gone over the side screen. Oh, that was in the slot to Theo Edward. And he has smashed it over long on. That has gone all the way. And that brings up his 50. 50 from, he's gone to 52 in fact. 125 for 2 is 50 coming from 26 deliveries. And well, there was a nice sound from that blow as Edward goes to his half century.
Yes, and this SPL is a platform really for talents like that of Theo Edward, and a product of the High Performance Center here. Another one of those youngsters doing well with the bat. We've seen Tariq Edward, we've seen Kensley Paul, we've seen the others, and Theo Edward coming in 52 of 26 deliveries, 2 4s and some 6 6s. And he has really put his team in a commanding position. And what has been a strength of the City Blasters in this tournament so far is their scoring rate in the middle phase of the innings, and they've shown that here again. They've increased their scoring rate now past the 10-run mark. And the Titans, they would need to hold on to their chances. And they would love to see the back of either of these 2 batsmen out in the middle.
As Charles continues to Edward. Edward, big drive. There's caught, yes, inside edge. I thought I heard a sound. It was definitely so. So the dismissal of Theo Edward to one outside the off stump. So he has gone caught Sylvester, bowled Charles for 50. And with 12 overs completed, Edward goes a success for Charles in his first over.
Yes, as we see that one on the replay, and Charles really getting back to that line outside the off stump that had really worked to some effect earlier in the over, and Theo Edward unable to resist and going for that drive, only succeeding in getting a feather edge to the keeper who made no mistake. So the third wicket goes down. Theo Edward, 50 of 29 deliveries. A correction from the stats I called out earlier. He only hit 3 4s and 4 6s. Stephen Natrum is the one who has hit 6 6s. But a brilliant innings from the youngster so far. So a timely breakthrough, one would say, for the Soufriere Titans and that of Dion Charles. But they would know that they need to continue picking up wickets. The batsman walking out into the middle is really no letting up. The City Blasters, they are going to keep coming at the Soufriere Titans.
Jaden Elibox, the new batter, the left-hander, and he's come out to join his captain Stephen Natrum. So success for the Titans as Ecstasy Manuel brings himself on for the 13th over. So it's captain to captain. Emmanuel to Natrum. Natrum hoiks that away for 6. Down the leg side, and Natrum getting inside of his wicket and helping it away. And 6 of them. Bringing up his half century as well. It has come quickly. It's come from 27 deliveries. He's gone to 53. 132 for 3. Natrum with 100. Correction, half 100. And the total 132 for 3. Sinclair being posted on the boundary in that vicinity where the boundary went. Emmanuel to Natrum. Natrum back. Slaps it straight to the fielder at extra cover. And there's no run, so he remains on 53. Manuel to him. Natrum hits that high and long. 6 over wide, long on. That's gone very, very high indeed. But more importantly, it's long. And it's another maximum for Stephen Natrum. Has gone to 59 now. His 7th maximum, Dexter. And the total 139 for 3. We have another ball change.
Yes, and Stephen Natrum, this is back-to-back 50s for him in SPL 6, some 7 6s and only 2 4s. A belligerent innings from the captain of the City Blasters in qualifier number 1, and looking to really send his team straight into the finals. And the Soufriere Titans, Ecstasy Manuel bringing himself on at this end, the southern end. They really need to come up with a plan as to how they are going to attack or restrict the run scoring of the City Blasters and really stick to it for as long as possible. At the moment, it feels like there is a little bit too much indecision between which lines and lengths they should be bowling.
As Emmanuel will continue to Natrum. Natrum drives into the offside. We'll get the single. Run number 60 for him. As the total goes to 140. Or is it 139? $139 is it? So 60 to Natrum as Eli Box getting ready to take his first delivery. Emmanuel going round the wicket. As it comes into Eli Box. Eli Box drives. Oh, there's a misfield by Caleb Charles, who has come in. Ball going through him. Sweeper having to pick up 1 to Eli Box as he gets off the mark. 140. Emmanuel continues to Natram. Natram back. Emmanuel, good stop to his own bowling as the over is completed. The 14th of the innings. The score at the end of 14, 140 for 3.
Yes, sir. The pair of Stephen Natram and Jaden Eli Box, they would want to finish this innings on a high for the City Blasters. And we could expect to see a lot of shots being played, especially from these two. If they manage to bat the remainder of the overs, we could expect a big total. Soufriere Titans, they need to come up with a plan and come up with one very quickly that they could execute out in the middle to restrict the run scoring and pick up as many wickets and get into that lower middle order of the City Blasters as quickly as possible.
Indeed. Well, Stephen Natram, the way he's going, Dexter, has the makings of 100. The 8th one of SPL 6.
Yes, we've seen some brilliant innings, brilliant hundreds being scored in SPL 6. Probably the most we've seen in any edition of SPL. So credit must be given to the batsmen, the way they've really plied their trade in this year's competition. And Stephen Natram, he would love to get one himself.
So over number 14. And Charles to come up for his second over. He will bowl to Jaden Eli Box. Eli Box on 1. Charles from the North bowls to Eli Box. Wants a single. So does. Oh, the return missing. Stephen Natram had come about 1/3 way down. But the attempted hit by Gassi, not hitting the stumps as Eli Box sent him back. So it stays 140 for 3. This is the 14th over. Charles, the overseas player, moving into Eli Box. Eli Box is looking to drive, hits it into his boot, into the pad, into the boot. And Gassi completing the fielding. It stays 140 for 3.
Yes, and Dijon Charles operating at the northern end for the Soufriere Titans is really a seasoned cricketer, and he has been a complete all-rounder for the Titans so far this season, and they would be hoping that he can really pick up another wicket for them at this point.
Comes into Eli Box. Eli Box looking to turn it, is struck in the groin. Just looking to be exactly sure, but a tight delivery, and Eli Box didn't have the room and is just feeling the discomfort of being struck in that area. It's not too serious. He's able to continue. Charles to Eli Box. Short, wide, yes, above the head. And one above the shoulder also signal. So Charles too short there over the head of the batter. And the total going to 141 for 3. So we're back with the graphic. That's hit down the ground over the head of fielder, or caught. Yes, caught. Mesmin measuring it well, going back pedaling and judging it well to account for the loss of Jaden Eli Box. Caught Mesmin at mid-off on the edge of the circle off the bowling of Charles, who has picked up his second. And curtains for Jaden Eli Box as the Akel City Blasters lose their 4th.
Yes, a big breakthrough there for Dijon Charles. He continues to pick up those crucial wickets for the Titans. No doubt that Jaden Eli Box was sent in to really take advantage of the final few overs. But the Soufriere Titans, they've managed to keep him quiet. Just the 1 run of the 5 deliveries that he has faced And Dijon Charles, he kept things tight and he's picked up his second wicket. And the fourth on the City Blasters team. And the Titans, they would want to ensure that they continue that wicket-taking mood that they are in at the moment. And Dijon Charles, like I said, really has been brilliant for them so far in SPL 6. The break that we had, he really went back to Trinidad to play more cricket. So he's been playing cricket. He participated in the Power Gen team, I think it was from that Trinidad T20 festival. And he's back here to take part in Qualifier 1 and really fighting for his team. 2 for 17 so far.
One left-hander replaced by another. Tall figure of Kensley Paul coming in at number 6. And Charles will move into him. In the air, cotton ball. Oh, a very brief innings, the briefest of them all. Kensley Paul has come and gone. Cotton ball Dijon Charles for a duck. Charles now on a hat trick.
Yes, we see Kensley Paul trying to work that one into the leg side. Really not getting the pace of the wicket facing his first delivery. But Dijon Charles, back-to-back wickets in his second over. He has figures now of 3 for 17. And he is on a hat trick. McKenny Clark, can he keep Dijon Charles from picking up this hat trick, which will be the first of SPL 6? But the Soufriere Titans, they are right back in this contest.
Well, I was about to suggest that Kensley Paul would have had a bit of a challenge in batting in the middle. He came in at number 6, usually at the top order. But, well, the question is answered, not contributing at all. McKenny Clark, the man who has come in facing the hat trick and digging the bails into the surface to mark his guard. So Dijon Charles in action. Hat trick delivery. Can Clark keep him out? He does, and get a single. He does, as he plays it up to Mesmin at mid-wicket. And 141 for 5 as the over come to an end. Yes, a successful one for Dijon Charles. 141 for 5 after 14.
There's a brilliant over there. The 14th of the innings from Dijon Charles. No runs off the bat. The only run was considered via a wide, picking up back-to-back wickets and big wickets, that of Jaden Elibox. And the City Blasters, their top run scorer, Kensley Paul, going without scoring as well. So Dijon Charles has really dragged the Titans back into this contest. Qualifier number 1, spot in the final on the line. It's not a knockout game. The team that loses here this evening, they have to show up against the Craftmasters on Sunday.
Bowling change. Carlisle Dwight Thomas now being brought in for the 15th over. He's going to bowl to Clark, who has come in. Clark, in news coming out of today, signed up in the CPL for the St. Lucia Kings. He's in action for the Blasters as he pushes to deep cover and gets his second run. 143 for 5 it is now. So Natrum coming back into strike. 60 from 31 he is. 143 for 5. Of course, 5 overs left after this one. Let's hit down the ground straight for 4. One bounce into the straight boundary. In the slot for Stephen Natrum, and then smashing it over the head of the bowler. One bounce into the boundary. He goes to 64, 147 for 5.
Yes, I don't think that's the plan that the Soufriere Titans would have brought Dwight Thomas on to do. The first delivery was a perfect example of what I think he's trying to do. On that one, he just got a bit too straight and Stephen capitalized.
Comes in again to Natrum. Natrum down the leg side, looking to hoik it away. Not making contact. Wide signal by umpire Cooper. As Natrum misses out, 148 for 5. Thomas round the wicket to him. He's driving long, over long on 6. Oh, just too easy for Stephen Natrum. It's in his hitting zone and getting under it and lofting it away for another maximum that takes him to 70 and the total 154 for 5.
Yes, most definitely. Stephen Natrum looks very comfortable with the spinner looking to bowl so straight to him. Probably the line of attack needs to be a little bit wider, forcing him to hit to that man who's on the cover boundary on the offside, as we saw was done to McKenny Clark on the first delivery of the over. We'd have to wait and see if there's any adjustment in field placing or the line of attack from Dwight Thomas.
Long off, long on, deep mid wicket, deep backward square, deep cover. Thomas to Natrum. Flighted, hit again for 6. Even further. Oh, that's too easy from Dwight Thomas. Smashed over long on, clearing the building in which we are operating from. And oh, that was like taking candy from a baby Dexter.
Yes, Thomas really fighting that one and inviting Natrum to hit him for a maximum. And Natrum made no mistakes. This man, he's batting. He's 76 of 34. Before that delivery, he was 70 of 33. So really and truly, he is set. And he has been dealing in maximums here this evening. He has struck some 9 sixes. So really the line of attack at this point, so far, it's not been the best from the Soufriere Titans to Stephen Natrum. And one would hope that they could correct it as quickly as possible, because this game could quickly get away from them in the manner that Stephen Natrum is going at the moment.
Indeed. Well, Dwight Thomas has come in. These are what they have used so far. So Mesmin has only bowled 1, Charles 2, and surprising the choice of Dwight Thomas for this over. Being an expensive one. He comes in again to down the leg side, looking to help it away. They'll take the single as Bouloigne's throw comes into the non-striker's end. Wide call. So that will be 2 to the total. 162 then, I make it. Well, there's a change of signal from the umpire. She now calls leg by, because I think the players protested that it came off the pad. So just the 161 for 5. Clark in strike, turns it away, brings long on off the boundary. Mesmin, and the over comes to an end. A productive one for the Akel City Blasters. 162 for 5 with 5 overs left.
Yes, really and truly, the last over was not the best over that the Soufriere Titans would have executed in SPL 6. So they really would want to rethink that strategy, especially to Stephen Natrum, the way that he is going at the moment. They would love to get his wicket right now and place the City Blasters under some added pressure, but they would need to find a plan that they believe is the best plan of attack against Natrum at this point in time, and really stick to it and hope that they can hold on to any chances that are being created. Dijon Charles has shown that if you really stick to that plan for as long as possible, you could build pressure and also pick up wickets, which is a very vital thing that the Titans need to ensure that they do. If they are to restrict the City Blasters to a score they would hope to chase later on this evening.
As we've got a new over from Charles. That's hit down to backward point on the bounce. Oh, it goes through the fielder. Caleb Charles, the substitute, making a meal of that. Didn't pick that up at all. So a boundary the clock. He goes to 7. 166 for 5.
With some 4 overs left after this one, the City Blasters would be thinking of what they believe a good score is to apply scoreboard pressure to the Titans when it's their turn to bat, but also what they believe that the bowlers could defend under pressure, because we want to remind you that it's a qualifier. And there's a lot on the line here this evening.
But what do you believe is a good score, Dexter, at 166 for 5 in the 16th?
Soufriere Titans, they bat deep. I believe a score in the region of 200 is required here.
Charles to Clark. Clark hits that over extra cover for 6. Oh, what a stroke. That was in the slot and smashed over deep extra cover for 6. Didn't have a big backlip, or did it? It was a flurry of the bat. Yes, there was a full swing of the bat. Not a big follow through. Didn't really slap the backside in the follow through, but maximum result. It's gone to 172 as he goes to double figures. Clark. Charles to Clark. Clark short, looking to swing it away and missing outside the off stump. Dot ball registered for Charles.
And we saw on that occasion, he's operated on that line outside off stump, but McKenny's a lot taller than the previous batsman, and he was able to reach that one and get enough bat on it.
John Charles moves into McKenny. Clark. Clark hits that out towards mid-wicket. Will go into the boundary. Away from the man at long on. In fact, he's inside the circle at mid-on. And so Clark getting away with that. Finding the gap. Easily done by him. Another boundary. That takes him to 17. And it's 176 for 5.
Yes, and I believe that the height difference is causing McKenny Clark to really get a hold of those deliveries that are outside the line of the off stump. Dijon Charles, he really has to be on that wide line to get away from the swinging arc of McKenny Clark. So it's a new challenge for him because of the height, I believe, of McKenny Clark, and so far McKenny Clark is winning this battle.
Indeed. Yes. Finding the boundary with regularity. Charles under some pressure. Moving in. This is the 16th over. He comes into Clark. Clark is inside edging. Will not get the single. As Charles is quickly across the pitch to pick it up. And happy with the result, which is a dot ball. So it stays 176 for 5. One delivery left in the 16th. Can Charles close it off economically? Comes into Clark. Clark hits that. That's gone big. That's gone long. It's over long off. And it's landing just inside the dugout, the player's dugout. But it has gone well over the boundary. And a good flurry there for McKenny Clark. An expensive over, 20 coming from it. Clark has gone to 23. And a total 182 for 5 after 16.
Yes, McKenny Clark has really shown his batting ability here in that over. Only dealing in boundaries 4.6.4.6. The reading in this Dijon Charles over. So after 3 overs, he's picked up 3 wickets. But he has been ill-treated here by McKenny Clark. He's considered the 38 runs. And with 3 overs left, 4 overs left in the innings of the City Blasters, Ecstasy Manuel, he still has bowlers who have overs left. And we'll see another bowling change from the southern end. I don't think we've seen a bowler bowl consecutive overs from this end. It will be Jovan Charles to come back into the attack. And we could expect a lot of changes in pace from Dijon. Jovan Charles, that is.
182 for 5. We've got 4 overs left, so 200 well in the making here. And it could go well past 200. Charles moves in to Natrum. Natrum turns it away. They will go quickly, looking for the second. Natrum wants it, but Clark doesn't. So they stay at 1. 183 for 5. This is the 17th over. So Jovan Charles has come back. It's 2 overs before this, costing 14 for 1 wicket. Clark in strike. Charles moves into him. Clark drives long and big. Over long on. It's hitting the building over our head. And in the slot. And McKenny Clark loving this. Lofting away nicely for another maximum that takes him to 29. And it's 189 for 5.
Oh my word, McKenny Clark. What timing on that shot from the man. As you mentioned earlier, he would have gotten the good news as we see that one on the replay. Effortlessly over long on for an almighty hit. His third 6 of the innings so far. And he is a man who is motivated, who is excited after getting that news this morning into this afternoon that he has been drafted in to represent the St. Lucia Kings in this year's CPL. And he is showing his batting ability. The world is watching SPL 6. Those of you who are tuned in, you are being treated. 29 of 10 so far. And the Soufriere Titans, they're not out of this one. It's the City Blasters are still only scoring at 11.57. And I say only because of where we are playing this game. Is the Francis Baba Lastic grounds. The required run rate, you're never really out of the game with wickets in hand and with batsmen who are set. So they really have to finish the bowling effort as best as they possibly can. A score in the region of 220 is still chaseable here at this venue.
Indeed, we have seen a number of 200 plus scores here. I think there have been about 4 games where we have had 200 plus by both teams. And so the Soufriere Titans by no means out of this game. Of course, they need to contain the total that the City Blasters can get. We continue. McKenny Clark pulls from mid-wicket. 4-4. In fact, that has gone through square leg to the right of the mid-wicket fielder. So Charles going short and McKenny Clark showing his batting range has gone back and has smashed that away through square leg for 4. It's gone to 33. It's 193 for 5.
So we've seen destruction of the front foot. And now McKenny Clark rocking back and pulling that one through the leg side.
11 from 3 deliveries. Charles under pressure. Moves into Clark. Clark is driving. That's gone over a long off for 6. Oh, another lovely swing at the bat from McKenny Clark. Sends the ball disappearing over the wide, long off, deep extra cover boundary and taking him very quickly to 39 from just 12 deliveries. And on the cusp of the 200, the Kel City Blasters going merrily along.
Yes, and currently the Titans, they've had no answer to that onslaught from McKenny Clark, who races up to 39 of 12. A brilliant innings so far from the young man. And he has positioned the City Blasters in a commanding position as he dances away in the middle, loving his cricket out in the middle. And that's what SPL 6 brings you. If you're a fan of the City Blasters, you would be very happy with proceedings. But the Titans fans, they would still have faith. They know that if they can restrict the City Blasters to a score in the region of 220, that they are still in this encounter. It's a qualifier. A spot in the finals is on the line here this evening. You need no further motivation if you are taking part in this game, as Charles continues.
It's going to move into Clark. Clark is getting one that is played into his boot and hobbles to the non-striker's end for his 40th run, and is in a lot of pain as the 200 comes up for the Akel City Blasters. But McKenny Clark is down and seemed to have hit that into his boot, as he's going to get some attention from the dressing room.
Yes, those are really painful blows. The cricket ball has no friends, really. And he is down on his knees, his back up, which is a good sign. The cold spray comes out. But the Akel City Blasters bringing up their 200 with that last single. And they are really positioned and would be hoping that they can really explode towards the end. Stephen Natram, he is 77 of 36, 23 runs away from what you mentioned earlier would be the F100. And that would be a personal milestone that he has his eyes on, with still some 3.2 overs left in the innings. And McKenny Clark just 11 runs away from a half century himself. So personal milestones, but the team's position is more important. And they would be looking to take full advantage of every delivery from here on.
Indeed, so this is a big total by the Akel City Blasters, and can get bigger. So attention given to Clark, who may have actually hit that into his ankle, and of course very painful, and getting attention from the dressing room. So we are going to resume the 17th over, still in progress. Make it maybe one delivery left, as Charles will come into Natram. So we had a little break in the play as McKenny Clark received attention. So Charles will move in to complete the 17th over, reminding you that this is qualifier 1 in SPL 6. The winner goes straight to the final. The loser plays in qualifier 2 on Sunday. Short, Natram will get a single. Oh, he's going to get a boundary. Oh, didn't really get hold of that. Looking to play that on the onside, but it ended up at extra cover. Beat Gassi in the circle, and Charles at long off was not able to come around. So a boundary to Natram as the 17th completed. 204 for 5. Natram has gone into the 80s.
Another big over there from the City Blasters, some 22 runs coming off that, the 17th over delivered by Jovan Charles. And Stephen Natram, he's now 19 runs away from that, from what would be, if he gets there, the F100 of SPL 6. And the City Blasters, they would know if the batting might that the Soufriere Titans has, the likes of Kevin Sinclair, Dijon Charles, Dwight Thomas back in the 11, today Julian Sylvester, Ecstasy Manuel, Shanai Mesmin. There's no lack of batting ability in that Titans team, so they would know that they would need to get something closer to 240 to apply any scoreboard pressure on the Titans batting lineup. And Ecstasy Manuel, he has to look to see which bowlers he chooses for the final 3 overs.
Looks like he has gone back to... Is that a new bowler, Tissot? Yes, Bradley Tissot. He's going to come into Clark. Start of over number 18. Tissot moves into Clark. Clark hits that down the ground all the way just inside. No, 6. Has cleared the ropes behind Tissot, being greeted by a maximum as he has come in for his 3rd over. The 18th of the innings. 210 for 5. McKenny Clark now within 4 of his 50. And he has faced just 14 balls. Tissot Continues to McKenny Clark. Clark is looking to turn that. Ball comes off the pad, I think, caught by the keeper, Sylvester, but clearly coming off the pad. No appeal. And so Clark remains on 46. 210 for 5. Kel City Blasters going at 12s.
Yes, they've definitely increased their scoring rate, and Mechanic Clark in particular, he has been the chief destroyer so far as he continues. Tiso, and that one is pitched up, and Mechanic Clark looks to heave that one over along on Shanai Mesmin. That one goes all along the ground, and Shanai Mesmin does well. And Stephen Natram, he comes back on strike. He is on 81, and he's definitely will be eyeing his first century on what would be the if of the tournament. And that one is a full toss. Does he get hold of that one? Yes, he does. And it's over that wide mid-wicket region for another 6. And I make it that Stephen Natram, he has struck over 10 sixes in this inning so far. And he has been in a no-nonsense mood here this evening at the Francis Baba Lastic grounds. That was his 10th 6 of the innings in his score of 87 of 38 deliveries. And the Titans, they would want to see the back of this man. And that one is spanked fully offside, but straight to Extus Emmanuel, who has really been the standard in the Soufriere Titans' effort in the field. He has got 2 good catches, some good stops out on the boundary, and really saved some runs for his team. Sort of effort that they would need if they had to restrict the City Blasters to as low a score as possible. Tiso continues, and that one is another full delivery, a good delivery there from Tiso. The result is just 1 run and to Stephen Natram. The score moves on to 218. And that brings over number 18 to an end. So the Kel City Blasters, having been asked to bat first, they find themselves at 218 for 5 with 2 overs left. And 2 crucial overs, that is, who is Captain Extus Emmanuel turning to for those final 2 overs?
Well, you mentioned the bowling options, so that's what would be in the mind of Emmanuel. He has 3, so he can come back. Don't think we're going to see Dwight Thomas. His loan over cost 19. Gassi's 3 has gone for 50. So it's a case of Mesmin, Tisson, St. Clair certainly to come back for 1. Dijon Charles can come back. Jovan Charles can also come back. But it looks like it's Mesmin to come in for the 19th. And he's going to bowl to Natram. Mesmin starts to Natram. Natram hooks it away. That will go all the way or just inside. 4 runs, says umpire Cooper. Short to start off with, and hooked away by Natram to get him into the 90s. He's gone to 92, and the total 222 for 5.
Yeah, good start to the over there for Captain Stephen Natram and the Kel City Blasters, picking up a boundary of the first delivery. 2 overs left, and they would need to get, or they would want to get as many runs as possible. They've gone past that psychological 220 mark. And Stephen Natram, he's just 2 boundaries away from a century.
Mesmin moves in to Natram. Natram is top edging and caught, is he? That's gone low down, taken, yes. End of Natram. Was gonna walk away disappointedly. So the end of Stephen Natram. Caught Tisson on the edge of the circle at short third off the bowling of Mesmin. And no 100 here for Stephen Natrum, who walks away. Caught Tisson, Bol Mesmin for 92. And the end of a very destructive innings indeed, as the Akel City Blasters captain departs.
Yeah, Stephen Natrum really not getting enough bat on that one. And he walks off to a standing ovation from his team and those of the Soufriere Titans as well. A brilliant innings comes to an end. We have been treated to a fabulous innings by Stephen Natrum. He would be disappointed that he did not get to the 100, but he would be happy with the position that he has placed his team in as the captain. 92 of 42, 5 fours and 10 sixes, striking at 219. And the Soufriere Titans, they would be very happy that they've gotten the wicket. It will be Magar and Shulet to continue the attack for the City Blasters.
As Mesmin comes in to Shulet. Shulet chops it away straight to the fielder, who doesn't pick up cleanly though. And so Shulet will get off the mark. 223 for 6. Clark is gonna come in. It's not too far away from half century. McKenny Clark, 47 or 48. Mesmin moving into Clark. Clark hits that. That's gone high. That's long. That's 6 of extra cover. 50 for McKenny Clark. That's come from 17 deliveries. He goes to 53. And it's 229 for 6. Another boundary, a maximum in fact for McKenny Clark.
A man who is really enjoying his cricket at the moment. 53 of just 17 deliveries, 3 fours and 6 almighty sixes. So we see that last one to bring up the 50 on replay. And I spoke about that reach that he really has. That line outside the off stump becomes a hitting zone for McKenny Clark. What a way to celebrate the news that you've been drafted into the Kings team for CPL. This year he's responded with a half century for his team here in SPL 6. Really a platform for people like McKenny Clark to really express themselves, and he has done well so far this evening.
Indeed. This last one, stand and deliver, sort of flat batted horizontal swing of the bat, sending the ball away all the way. Mesmin continues to Clark. Clark is hitting that long. That's going to be another one. That's over mid wicket. 6 it is. McKenny Clark really dealing in boundaries, maximums rather. 59 now, as it's 235 for 6.
Really known for his bowling, but showing his batting ability here in full effect in this qualifier number 1 for the City Blasters.
Mesmin again to Clark. Clark is hitting that to Mesmin, who intercepts it. Not sure if that was a catching opportunity. It was full and played back for a dot ball. End of the over. A productive one for Clark and the City Blasters. It ends with the total 235 for 6 with 1 over left in the innings.
Yes, as we see that final delivery, and that's the second Yorker I think that McKenny Clark has faced. I was thinking to myself, like, where would be the best place to bowl to this man? In the mood that he is, length delivery is not the way to go. Outside the off stump, length not the way to go. Shot into the wicket, not the way to go. Dijon Charles bowled a Yorker to him. He managed to only dig it out, and we just saw Shanai Mesmin attack him with that full Yorker. So that probably is the way that the Soufriere Titans should be looking to go to him.
Bradley Tisson is the man who has been charged with the responsibility of keeping Clark and Shulet quiet in this final over. 235 for 6. Shulet and Clark will want to push it well past 250. Can Tisson be economical? Can he take wickets? Comes into top edge over the head of the third man. One bounce to the boundary. So Shulet, of course, with license to go after everything, has produced a healthy edge down over the head of Boulogne. 4 to him, getting him to 5, and the total 239 for 6 with 5 deliveries left in the innings.
Yes, I think Tissot needs to be a little bit wide outside the off stump to Magaran Shulet. That one was too straight. Got the edge on it, but such is the power in that shot, eluding the fielder inside the circle at shot third man.
Tisson moves into Shulet. Shulet again, top edge over the head of the fielder. Has that gone all the way? Yes. Enough wings to go all the way on this occasion. Just a little wider of off stump. And throwing the kitchen sink at that is Magaran Shulet. And getting the maximum on this occasion. 245 for 6. He goes to 11. And the total getting bigger and bigger all the time in this final over.
See a field change. The man at deep square leg is brought into the circle, and 10 runs later the man is positioned on the third man boundary.
So deep third, deep extra cover, long off, long on, deep mid wicket. Tisson moves into Shulet. Shulet gets one that is full into the leg stump, clipped away to mid wicket. Fielder comes off the boundary, and they'll stay at 1. Clark wants to be in strike. 246 for 6. Midway in the final over. Clark is 60 as Shulet goes to 12. Tisson, can he produce some Yorkers? Moves into Clark. Clark is hitting that out towards long on. Mesmin elects to take it on the bounce and keep it away from the boundary, but can't stop 2. As a high return has to be backed up on the offside. Clark to 62, 248 for 6.
It's a good result there for the Soufriere Titans. That one did not find the boundary, and forcing McKenny Clark to run. These runs got hit on the ankle earlier, so he's not moving as freely as he would have liked. 2 deliveries to come.
Interesting to see how that will affect his bowling in the next innings. Tisson to him is getting a full one, and he hobbles all the way to the non-striker's end for his 63rd run. 249 for 6 as Shulet will come to face the final legitimate delivery of the innings. So he comes in. Tisson to him, and that's gone out towards mid-wicket. The fielder not able to get across, and the ball goes through him. Looks like Charles was missed that. So sort of a fitting way to end what has been a bit of a ragged performance by the Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans in the field. The innings ends with the score 253 for 6, with Magaran Shulet remaining 16 not out, McKenny Clark 62, and the City Blasters, they went at above 12 after they were inserted after the Soufriere Titans won the toss in this qualifier 1. Dexter, your thoughts on the first half of qualifier 1?
Yes, a round of applause to the City Blasters and their batsmen, the way they really went out there and assessed conditions as quickly as they possibly could, and getting themselves to an imposing 253 for 6 off the bat of Captain Stephen Natram, who got 92 of 42. McKenny Clark really played a blinder coming in the middle order, 62 of 21 not out. And Theo Edward, he really showed his class early on, 50 of 29, really took advantage of the chances that were afforded to him. Dijon Charles, a pick of the bowlers for the Soufriere Titans, 3 for 38. Shanai Mesmin, 1 for 28, and Jovan Charles, 1 for 35. Soufriere Titans, if they are to go into the finals this evening, they need to get 254 from their 20 overs at their turn at the crease. The first man to leave the field, Kevin Sinclair. He has a big part to play if the Titans are to overhaul this target.
Indeed. Well, the Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans, they face a challenge, and they have been asked by the Akel City Blasters to score at 13 runs per over effectively to get to qualifier, to get to the final, that is to come out victorious in qualifier 1. That's time for us to take a break, as we've got the innings break, and of course the chase will start in about 10 minutes time. So stay tuned and stay with us in SPL 6.
Where your team colors bring the energy. Your passion for your team. For SPL T20, it can make you the quad fan of the match. And don't forget, on Sunday, May 17th, it's Fan Day at Qualifier 2. More fans, more vibes, more cricket. So make sure you're ready. Bring the team, bring the whole squad. For Sunday, if you buy 3 tickets, you get the 4th ticket absolutely free. That's right. 3 people in the 4th member of your squad on Sunday will enter for free. You like that? Then watch you. Early bird tickets are sold right here. Get them right now for only $10. Early bird ticket for the finals, that's at $15. If you're looking for the tickets, they are at the merch area. Link up and get them right now. Right up here. Look there, right there, by me. By the DJ area there. Don't forget, folks, we are reminding you, you must keep your feet off the chair. Okay? If you want to F-style it, you can go to the front and just stretch out below here. Stretch out your feet widely. Hey! 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 Go red! Hey! On the time! Hey!
Welcome back to action in qualifier number 1 in SPL 6. Akel City Blasters versus the Soufriere Titans. If you are just joining us here, we are live at the Francis Baba Lastic Grounds in Grosely. First innings score of 253 from the Akel City Blasters after being asked to bat first here in qualifier 1. The winner, they go straight to the finals, and the team that loses this evening, they return here on Sunday to play a semi-final clash against the Craft Masters. Opening the batting for the Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans, the overseas pro Kevin Sinclair, and he is partnered with Dwight Thomas, who returns to the 11 after missing a few games with injury. That opening partnership, one would remember, has already produced a 100-run partnership for the Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans, and they would be hoping that these two can get them off to a flyer inside the power play. As I welcome back Claudius Emmanuel into the commentary box.
Yes, indeed, Dexter. Well, you take us through a flyer at the start of the innings. Let's go.
Most definitely. The last time that Dylan John had a ball in his hand from that end, we saw a wicket of the first delivery. It was the left-handed Noel Leo. It's the right-handed Kevin Sinclair here this evening. One slip to start off with a third man on the boundary and a deep square leg. Dylan John. Kevin Sinclair, that one shaping back into the right-handed Guyanese. And we are off the way. In this second innings, the Soufriere Titans, they need 254 if they are to book a spot in the finals here this evening. Dylan John, what we've seen of him is he aims to swing the ball back into the right-handed batsman early on. So watch that front pad, Kevin Sinclair, as he races towards us now. That one is a short delivery and edged and goes over to the top right of that fielder position in the slip region, Akimogis that is, and one bounce into the fence. So the Soufriere Titans, they open their account with a boundary of the bat of Kevin Sinclair.
Yes, room presented outside the off stump. It was short, and Sinclair had the width and just threw the bat at it, and it flew off a healthy edge and destined to the boundary all the time. So good start for the Titans with a boundary after the second delivery.
Tyler Vena is on the third man boundary, but he's a bit wide. Still, and John continues. That one is a short delivery and really ballooning over the batsman's head and being taken comfortably chest high by Stephen Nature, and that one seemed to go quickly past the batsman and slowed down on its way to the keeper.
A big grunt from Dylan John letting that one go, but Sinclair wasn't really tempted. Went under it, but nice to see aggression from the big fast bowler. He knows the importance of wickets. Good contest between bat and ball.
Yes, the City Blasters, they cannot afford for Kevin Sinclair to get off here this evening, as that one is a full delivery and driven back past the bowler. A diving effort from the man at mid-off, but he does not succeed in preventing that one from going into the boundary. Another boundary picked up there off the bat of Kevin Sinclair. The Titans, they are 8 without loss.
Perhaps an attempted Yorker from Dylan John, going with a fuller length after the short delivery previously, but it came to be a nice juicy full toss, and Sinclair just punching it down the ground, beating the diving mid-off for 4.
Dylan John to continue. That one is an almighty heave, and that is gone out of the park and over the boundary for 6. So Kevin Sinclair, as we have seen in SPL 6, he is off to a flyer. 4, 4 and 6 are the scoring shots off his bat. He is raced up to 14 of the 5 deliveries that he has faced, and he's wasted no time hitting into that target of 254 for the Titans.
Well, the first over not completed yet, and the Titans are on course. They needed to go at just under 13. They have gotten 14 already. What a powerful stroke from Sinclair. It was in the slot, and he had set up himself deep into his crease. And Dylan John looking to go full, and that was in the slot. And big swing of the bat. That went very high, almost hit the lights on the pylon at mid-wicket. St. Clair doing it in a very aggressive way for the Titans.
Most definitely. Sinclair dealing in boundaries at the moment. And that one is full and driven back past the bowler. Diving effort. And McGarren, he does better on that occasion and prevents a certain boundary. So at the end of over number 1, the Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans.
Over actually still in progress. Is it? Is it? I think it's the end of the over, you're correct?
Yes, it looks like it is the end of the over. Some 15 runs have been conceded by Dylan John off that first over. And Kevin Sinclair, he has a challenge on his hands. What we've seen in the first over is not surprising. That has been how he has operated in SPL 6. The challenge is how long can he sustain that sort of attack to get his team into a winning position.
Well, the power play is 6 overs, so maybe the instructions, or maybe no instructions. Sinclair knows that his job is to maximize the power play. And we have to say that he has done well in the first over with the 2 boundaries and the maximum. So exactly the sort of start that I think the Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans would have been looking forward to. And so St. Clair has set it up nicely. Important thing from their point of view is that he took a single off the last ball in the previous over, so he's on strike as McGarren Shulet starts the second.
170 on his back as he races away from us, and that one is high. Is that an opportunity? The fielder had mid-on run back and it goes over his head for 6. So Kevin Sinclair, he has started off over number 2 with a maximum, taking in score and that of the Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans into the 20s. They are 21 without loss.
Yes, greeting there to McGarren Shulet again in the slot to St. Clair, and in that mood he's going to go after everything. Akeem Ogist in the circle running back thought he had a catching opportunity, but it was destined beyond the ropes. St. Clair starting the over with a maximum.
So how does Shulet respond as he continues? That one is a hard length into the body of St. Clair. And it's a comfortable single. Just works this one into the leg side. Much better delivery. Really staying out of that hitting zone from Kevin Sinclair. But one has to agree that it's a very wide zone for a player of Kevin Sinclair's quality.
Yes, and I think it was a good delivery from Shulet because he shortened the length. I think St. Clair, having launched the 2 previous maximums on the front foot, would have been just maybe expecting a similar type of length, but the change of length had him playing defensively for the single as the total goes to 22.
Dwight Thomas on strike for his first delivery. That one is a short delivery. Looks to get on top of that one, and a quick single there from Sinclair, looking to get back on strike as quickly as he possibly can. And they were able to come through for that single comfortably in the end. So halfway through the second over.
A dangerous single. I think had Eli Box hit there, St. Clair would have been out. He had almost given up. Didn't really look to slide in. Took the chance to be back on strike. It was successful.
22 of 8. That one is a much better delivery from McGarren, keeping Sinclair quiet. He's really adjusted after being dispatched for a 6 of the first delivery of his over. To give you an idea of the field that is being set, it's really a deep backward square and a deep mid-wicket, which suggests that McGarren will be into the pitch, hard length, into the body of Sinclair. 2 deliveries left in over number 2. That one is pitched up and deposited over wide long on for another 6. So really going against what the field setting suggests and paying the price. Kevin Sinclair, he moves on to 28 of just the 10 deliveries.
Yeah, just missed the length there somewhat, so ending up a lot fuller than I think McGarren Shulet was aiming for, and that was in the slot in a sense for St. Clair, who just lofted that over mid-wicket for 6. 28 from 10 years.
Yes. And both opening bowlers from the City Blasters are being placed under pressure. So 14 runs conceded already. One delivery left as he continues. That one again is in the same direction. A carbon copy from Kevin Sinclair. Same shot, same delivery, same shot, same result. Another 6, 20 runs off McGarren Chulet's first over. The Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans, they are 35 without loss after 2.
Carbon copy indeed to end the second over, with it ending with 2 maximums in succession. All told in the over, 3 maximums. So Kevin Sinclair, of course, the lion's share of the 35. In fact, all but one of them has come from his bat. And 35 without loss after 2. So the Titans going at 17, well, just above 17. And, well, 17 and a half to be exact. And keeping up with the requirement.
Yes, and interesting. Dylan John has been entrusted with a second over. We've seen on occasions when he's expensive in his first over that he's replaced immediately. But Stephen Natram opting to keep him on the attack. He's been in good bowling form inside the power play in SPL 6, and they would be hoping that he could pick up a wicket and really stall the progress of the Titans. Dwight Thomas on strike. That one is a short delivery from Dylan John, and Thomas looking to spank that one back past the bowler, making a bit too much height. Crucial dot ball there from Dylan John will allow him to really settle into his own in this second over. Bowling to Kevin Sinclair, really there's no settling. It's one-way traffic. One gear really Sinclair is in. And Dwight Thomas, an aggressive stroke to start things off in over number 3. Does he try to get Sinclair on strike or take matters into his own hand? He opts for the first option, which is to get Kevin Sinclair back on strike. A good ploy there from Thomas.
Yes, particularly with the fact that he had missed out on the previous one. I thought he may have maybe looked to play offside. Was looking to go straight. But, well, it's all about partnerships. I think he recognizes that the man going is Sinclair. And so doing the right thing in getting him back on strike.
So it's Sinclair facing up to Dylan John. That one is a full delivery and spanked through the covers. Not a man move. There is an act of players in a ring on the offside. And neither of them had time move, and that one into the boundary for 4. So the Soufriere Titans, they are into the 40s, striking at 16 runs per over inside the power play here this evening.
And the Titan fans sent dancing away. Looked to have been a change of pace. Sinclair had to wait on it for a while, but made good contact, finding the gap, piercing the offside field for a boundary.
Dylan John, fresh off some advice from McKenny Clark, comes in. That one is shot, and he's deposited all the way into the cemetery outside of the Francis Barber Lastic grounds in Grosley. And Kevin Sinclair, he continues on his merry way, 44 of 13 deliveries. And he is in no nonsense mood. And if the Soufriere Titans are to book a spot in the finals here this evening, he would have a big say in this. Dylan John is being ill-treated here this evening by Kevin Sinclair. He's already conceded the 11 runs of the 4 deliveries he's bowled in his second over.
Yes, Dylan looking to go short here. And Sinclair, well, he's looking to pounce on anything loose that was in his hitting zone. And really smashing that over mid-wicket for 6. This is frenetic stuff here at Francis Barber Lastic ground.
You see a field change. The man at mid-on goes back at long on. There's a deep backward square. Another short delivery from Dylan John, and that one eludes the keeper. One bounce before the keeper. So 5 wides conceded there from Dylan John, from bad to worse really. After being deposited through the covers for 4 over. Beyond the leg side for 6. He goes past the keeper for 5 wides, increasing the run tally and how many runs that he has conceded in the 1.4 overs that is bowled. And with that, the 50 comes up for the Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans in 2.4 overs. They are really on their way here this evening. Sinclair won the maximum away from what would be his second half century of SPL 6. That one is a short delivery, top edge over the keeper, and it goes all the way. And with that, Kevin Sinclair brings up his second half century. And he signals to Dylan John, go on your way and get back to your mark. Some chatter here between batsman and bowler. It's all action out in the middle.
A rapid 50 indeed from Sinclair, was brought it up in 14 deliveries. Dylan going short again, Sinclair attacking it, coming off the top edge. And the ball going over the keeper for 6. A rapid 50 indeed. The boundary count for Kevin Sinclair. A number of maximums. And we'll get to that shortly. But very, very aggressive indeed. And Dylan John under the pump.
There's a brilliant response from the Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans, being asked to get 254 for a spot in the finals. And that one is a short delivery and pulled all along the ground and straight to Kensley Paul on the square leg boundary. And the batsman, they're only able to complete a single. So Sinclair, he moves up to 51. And that brings another Dylan John over to an end.
Wow.
So 23 runs considered in that his second over.
Very expensive over indeed. And the Titans, they have really got off to a flyer with 57 from just the 3 overs. And well, they have put themselves in a position to really challenge this challenging total of over 250. But Sinclair just living up to his performance in the series so far in terms of his strike rate. He's striking before this game above 200, and he's close to 300 in this innings.
Yes, most definitely. He's really made a name for himself in SPL 6. The batsman with the highest strike rate among all others. As we see the first signs of spin, Jaden Elibox replacing McGarren Shulen at the south end. And he's back and punches that one back past the bowler and goes into the boundary for another boundary there off the bat of Kevin Sinclair. His spin introduced, and he continues to really just take the attack to the City Blasters.
Absolutely no mercy from Sinclair attacking Jaden Elibox, because he knows, well, it's the power play, so he wants to take advantage of the field restrictions.
Left arm around the wicket, and that one is lofted straight back, even better for 6. So Kevin Sinclair, he has arrived this evening. He was the first one off the field at the halfway mark, and he's come back in a no-nonsense mood. And he's really positioned the Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans well on the course to getting 254. As that one continues, delivery that was fired into the pads of the right-handed batsman. Wide signal there by umpire Roylin Cooper. So the City Blasters have not been able to string any amount of dot balls in succession, as that one is punched off the back foot. What a shot that is from Kevin Sinclair. Rocking back and really getting that one knee height and punching it back past the bowler all the way for another maximum. He races up to 67 of just 18 deliveries. And Jaden Elibox, he is being placed under pressure right away by Kevin Sinclair.
Right away indeed. Sinclair, in this murderous mood, is going at 372.
Elibox to continue. That one is high. Is that an opportunity? Theo Edward, he is tracking back. Does he get enough? But that one bounces well within the boundary. He really misjudged that one. That was a definite opportunity presented there. But running back, really not the easiest of chances. What you make of that one, Claudius?
Theo Edward completely misjudging that. He was inside the circle and the ball was hit high in the air. So he started going back towards the boundary and thought he had it covered, thought it had crossed the boundary, actually let it go. But it landed inside for boundary.
And that one, there's no chance of catching this one. Again, Kevin Sinclair really camping on the back foot. Falling into that trap and delivering that one on a length. And Sinclair really depositing that one over the bowler's head again for 6. We had seen it previously in the over. All his scoring shots have been back past the bowler. And Sinclair here's amassed some 26 runs. 27 of the over.
27 of the over. 26 from the bat. Still one delivery left. And this is incredible hitting by Kevin Sinclair. Mind you, we are just in the 4th over. And the Jed Mountain Soufriere Titans are going at 22.17. My word.
The City Blasters, they need to find a way to stop this carnage. One delivery left in over number 4. Left arm around the wicket, and Sinclair plays this one for a comfortable single to keep the strike. So the Jed Mountain Soufriere Titans, after 4 overs, they are 86 without loss.
86 without loss. What striking from Kevin Sinclair is 78. 78 he is from 21. Can we get the boundary count for Sinclair? Boundary count for Kevin Sinclair. We'll get that for you in a while. He's gone. This is murderous stuff, Dexter. Have you seen more aggressive hitting than that?
Total domination so far from Kevin Sinclair. Total domination, one has to say, Claudius.
9 6s, 5 4s. 5 4s are 20. 9 6s, 54. 74 runs in boundaries, Dexter.
Yes, and his tally 78 of just the 20.
So he has just taken 4 singles, and I think he has taken a single at the end of each over.
Very deliberate stuff from the West Indies player, international cricketer, showing all his experience. Bowling change for the City Blasters. It's McKenny Clark, the most economical bowler in the competition so far, as we see that one. A quick single being attempted there, and Theo Edward not able to stop that. So really good batting there as a pair partnership worth 86. Dwight Thomas, he's only faced the 3 deliveries out of the 25 deliveries that have been bowled here this evening.
This is some innings from Sinclair. Not only has he taken advantage of the power play, but he has sort of farmed the bowling to take a single at the end of each of the 4 overs. And that is demonstrated by the fact that Thomas has faced only 3 to Sinclair's 22.
Clark continues a short delivery outside the off stump, and Thomas rocks back and cuts that one through backward of point. A pause for the cameras in the end there. And the Soufriere Titan batsmen, they're really enjoying their time out in the middle. The Francis Baba Lastic grounds, the wicket out in the middle, has produced some fascinating games so far. There's something in there for both bat and ball. And the batsmen, they've really showed off here this evening.
A delightful stroke from Thomas, threading that nicely between backward point and short third for 4.
Kenny Clark races in once more. That one is a short delivery. Is that an opportunity? Tyler Venner under it, and he completes the catch. So McKenny Clark putting in a bit more effort in that delivery. That one really jumping at Thomas, who was not able to keep it under control, and popping a very simple opportunity to Tyler Venner at short third man. And the City Blasters, a sigh of relief. They finally pick up their first wicket. 91 for 1, the Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans.
And an opportunity for the City Blasters to regroup in the huddle and to try and, temper the frenetic start that we have seen with the opening partnership. So Thomas goes away. Good delivery from Clark, a bit of extra bounce, the ball taking the shoulder of the bat and lobbing to Tyler Venner in the short third position. But a really dominant opening partnership between these two, Sinclair and Thomas. Thomas was a virtual spectator in the partnership, but it's Sinclair that has rattled on to 79 from 22. And it's the sort of platform where he has really put a lot of pressure on the City Blasters, who will do a lot to pull the game back from this position.
Yes, most definitely. And oftentimes we see teams scoring at that rate inside the power play would have lost more wickets. But the Soufriere Titans, they've only lost the 1 wicket. And now with just 163 required at 10 runs and over, they would really be licking their lips and thinking that we can get there comfortably in the end. But the City Blasters with McKenny Clark, he is a big bowler and he will be fighting back for them. As that one is driven but straight to the man. There's some indecision. Dylan John does not release right away. All ends well. It's Mateo Boulogne who's off the mark, the left-handed Boulogne, who has been in good form in the previous innings we've seen from him, and today it's a sort of a partnership where Kevin Sinclair will be demanding that he gets to face as many deliveries as possible. Not one where the required rate should be posing too much pressure on them, as that one is driven, but straight to Williams in the cover region. And a red dot ball being delivered there to Kevin Sinclair. So McKenny Clark, good over so far from him.
What we have seen in previous games from Clark is good control of line and length, good variation. And you can see his experience in just knowing how to employ the variations, particularly when the batters are attacking him. So it's going to be interesting to see this duel between himself and Sinclair.
Yes, one delivery left in his first over, the 5th of the innings. That one is a short delivery outside the off stump, but he only manages to find Jaden in the right box. And he picks up another single. So at the end of 5 overs, the Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans, they are 93 for 1.
And for the 5th consecutive over, Kevin Sinclair has taken a single at the end of the over. So a master at strike manipulation in this innings. 93 it is for 1. Sinclair going to 80 with the single, and credit to him because he has played it extremely well, knowing the importance of a good power play and looking to put pressure back on the City Blasters, because with a score of 253 they would have really thrown a challenge to the Titans to put up a formidable chase. They have gone about it in a very impressive fashion indeed. As we enter the last over of the power play, Tyler Venner being brought in.
Yes, a big over in the context of this game and this power play. And the City Blasters would be wanting to pick up a wicket and keep the scoring rate as little as possible. A short delivery, is that an opportunity? It spoons this one in the air, but falls into the vacant mid-wicket region. And Tyler Venner is a young lad who really loves to bowl that side, that sort of length. And he really got that one spot on. Really surprised Kevin Sinclair there.
Yeah, a miscue from Sinclair. Lucky for him, it ended up on the edge of the circle. And it fell safely over the head of the man in the ring. And the sweeper was not able to come forward.
As he was being greeted once more with a light shower sweeping across the ground from right to left. Tyler Venner opts to change the line of attack. The left-handed Mateo Boulogne is on strike, right arm around the wicket. And Boulogne pulls away. He's not quite ready to face up to Venner.
Maybe the drizzle. Boulogne maybe pulling away. It's a light drizzle.
And it looks like the umpires are going to halt the play. Some indecision from the umpires as to whether they stay out to continue the game or whether they pull the players off. Kevin Sinclair seems to be really deliberating with the umpires to what's happening out there. We see Roylin Cooper trying to take control of affairs out in the middle, but we are ready to continue. Tyler Venner right arm round the wicket to Boulogne. Short delivery, and Boulogne looks to pull that one. Tyler Venner, a gentle run-up, but he really does get some pitches off the wicket when he bowls that length.
Yes, he's got a very deceptive action. So short run gathers quite a bit of momentum in it, and good action. Brace front leg, so he really lets it go nicely.
Step backward square and a deep point. The two fielders out on the second, and Mateo Boulogne is struck on the head there. And there's an opportunity for a run out at the non-striker's end. Another short delivery there from Venner. And Mateo Boulogne really not being able to lay bat on that one. And that one would have to wait for the replay, but it seems that he got struck on the helmet there.
Yes, definitely. Short delivery from Venner. Boulogne looking to go into the hook, but he was late on it. And with the drizzle, maybe a little bit of juice on the surface. And so the ball kicking through a lot faster. And so we've got an interruption as umpire Cooper has called for a concussion check. I'm not sure if we can do all the protocols here in this game, but with a batsman being hit on the helmet, she has halted play.
No, that's
Still have the drizzle.
A very good sign that we're seeing those sort of checks happening, because earlier in the competition there was none of that, and there were batsmen who got hit. And I remember in this game, Mateo Boulogne really struggled against the short ball from Xavier Gabriel, it was, of South Castries, who really hit him in the body. So really, I don't want to say a weak area, but an area in which he has struggled to score freely off of. And Tyler Venner has exploited that so far in this over. Halfway through the over, just the one run off the bat. 94 for 1, the Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans halfway through over number 6. They would not want to lose another wicket, but they would want to continue scoring. They are scoring at 17.09, well above the required rate as Venner continues. Slower delivery, that looks like bouncing before the keeper, and Kevin Sinclair is alert and steals another single. Claudius Emmanuel, you did say so. Wide signal by the umpire. You did say that he is a master of harming the strike, and he finds himself back on strike with 2 deliveries left in over number 6.
Yes, looking to control things, looking to be in action. The drizzle still with us. Got a bit lighter a few minutes ago, but has picked up again, but not really serious to get them off. There's a bit of chatter there, maybe from the players, the crowd, suggesting that it's maybe time, and I think Sinclair has sort of forced the hand of the umpires, and they have agreed. And to be fair, it has gotten a little stronger with breeze as well, as the players are driven off for the second rain interruption of the game.
Yes, and the groundsmen, they're having a struggle to get the covers on, and they finally get there, and it looks like one of the groundsmen finds himself under the covers. So we will have a break in play. The Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans, they need 254 for a spot in the finals, and they've started off brilliantly. They find themselves 96 from 1. Kevin Sinclair has really kept them in this encounter, and one would say that the noses are in front because of his innings of 81 of 25. Requiring a further 158 from the 14.3 overs at just 10.9 and over. Your thoughts, Claudius, as we have this rain delay, the second rain delay of the evening?
Yes, it's getting a little heavier, but we trust that we'll be able to get a resumption. But certainly, the Soufriere Titans have done extremely well in the first 6 overs. In fact, we're still in the power play, so it's been a very aggressive start to the innings, and they have done excellently, exceeding the requirement, because when they started the rate was just 12 to 13, and the fact that they have gone at almost 18 means that they have reduced the requirement from here on in to just under 11. So they have put themselves in a good position, and they would think that they are in the driver's seat. Of course, they need to continue the momentum and keep wickets in hand. The key cog in the wheel for them, of course, is St. Clair. He's still there, 19 away from 100. And when the rain does subside, I think we'll continue to have a very, very interesting game. So we take a break with the rain coming down at the Francis Baba Lastic Ground.
Yo vamos. Siempre se acaba de conseguir yo vamos. Yo vamos. Yo vamos. Yo got play with the defense. Yo vamos. Siempre se acaba de conseguir yo vamos. Yo vamos. Yo vamos. Siempre se acaba de conseguir yo vamos. Yo vamos. Yo vamos. Yo got play with the defense. You got to play with this one.
You don't see my heart not the same. You telling lies. So many times make me cry. Every time you say you leave me, from I leave you money you are waiting. But you see today, thank God it untie me. Yeah, so I run in on your bestie. Yeah, yeah, I run in on your auntie. Yeah, yeah, I run it from the east body. Yeah, yeah, I know they have done it time. You don't have to lie on your bestie. Yeah, yeah, I run it on your auntie. Yeah, yeah, I run it from the east body. Yeah, yeah, I know they have done it time. You don't have to lie.
The action is about to resume after the brief rain break. It will be Tyler Venner halfway through over number 6 to continue. Kevin Sinclair is on strike. He is 81 of 25, a belligerent innings from the Guyanese international pro. Tyler Venner, right arm over the wicket. Shot delivery and Sinclair top edge is that one. Does it go all the way? We'd have to wait for the umpire signal. Yes, it does. So the resumption in play, and we're greeted with another maximum of the bat of Kevin Sinclair. And most definitely, if he gets here, he has the chance of getting the fastest century recorded in SPL 6. Some 26 deliveries that he has faced so far for his 87 runs.
Well, the rain has done nothing to interrupt the flow of runs from the bat of Sinclair. 6 upon the resumption.
Still in the power play, deep mid wicket, and a man at long on, the 2 fielders out. Venner continues, another short delivery. And Sinclair doesn't get hold of that one. That one trickles into the square leg region. We come through for a comfortable single. And we've not seen many singles of the bat of Kevin Sinclair, and the 100 came up with that previous boundary for the Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans. Inside the power play, they are 103 for 1. And Kevin Sinclair, he's been the chief destroyer. Mateo Boulogne, he has one delivery left in the power play. And he pulls this one. Is that an opportunity? Ryshawn Williams, and he loses his wicket. So Tyler Venner strikes for the Akells City Blasters. And at the other end, the batsmen, it seems that number 3, the amount of balls that they have faced before getting dismissed, while Kevin Sinclair continues on his merry way at the other end.
A wicket for Tyler Venner. Boulogne not getting hold of that. So the short stuff from Tyler Venner bringing him success high up on the bat, up on the splice, and an easy catch to mid-wicket as Boulogne looking to get Venner away. So a second wicket for the City Blasters. So despite the 100 coming up upon the resumption after the rain, they have picked up the wicket of Boulogne. Sinclair going strong, 88 from 27. And news from the match referee is that we've actually had a reduction with the rain that we had. The target has been revised now to 233 from 18 overs.
So the new target, and the Soufriere Titans would be even happier of the efforts of Kevin Sinclair, having now been informed of that reduction in the overs and the target. And the batsman walking in for the Soufriere Titans, he has been, as I continue to remind our listeners and viewers, his all-round ability in the competition so far has really carried the Soufriere Titans to this qualifier 1. Today, Kevin Sinclair has really come to the party with the bat, and that is a very big partnership, a crucial partnership for the Titans if they are to come out victorious here and book a spot in that final on the 23rd of May. So it will be a change of ends for McGarren Choulette. He will be bowling his second over. He replaces McKenny Clark, who bowled from that end previously. He will be bowling to Kevin Sinclair. First over outside the power play. So the field setting, deep mid wicket, long on, long off, deep point, and a man on the extra cover boundary. Choulette right arm over the wicket. And that one is punched to the right of the deep point fielder, who moves around swiftly. And the throw eludes the keeper and the man at mid-wicket, and they're able to steal another single. And Kevin Sinclair, he continues to remain alert and really steal those singles inside the circle, and he moves into the 90s, 90 of 28 so far.
10 sixes, 5 fours, and he struck it at above 300, continues to do so.
Garant Choulette, he continues racing in towards us. That one is neatly worked into the onside, and the jog, a comfortable single. Kevin Sinclair showing some real maturity and a deliberate effort to not give his wickets away. Good signs for the Soufriere Titans.
Indeed, so it's not a case of just being reckless. And although the innings has been aggressive, he has played really sensibly. He has played with quality. He has played with awareness, and it's really been a top-class innings, almost threatening to steal the initiative from the Akells City Blasters.
Yes, we did see a brilliant 92 from Captain Stephen Natram. But Kevin Sinclair is all set to surpass that effort. It's Dijon Charles to face his first delivery. He works that one again. McGarren Choulette looks to come across and prevent the chance of a single. He's not able to. And Charles is off the mark. And he is one of those 7 centurions. Dijon Charles, he got 100 here at the Francis Baba Lastic grounds for the Soufriere Titans. So he really loves batting at this venue as well. Kevin Sinclair getting all the encouragement from the Soufriere Titans fans. 107 for 2, halfway through over number 7. City Blasters, they need to see the back of Sinclair. One is a full delivery. McGarren Shulet really looking to attack that wide line outside the off stump. For deep point fielder, deep extra cover, long off. The fielder's out on the boundary on the offside. Looking to get Kevin Sinclair to hit into that well-protected offside. Just the two fielders out on the boundary on the leg side. And Sinclair walks across his stumps and neatly works that one up to the long on fielder for another single. So he is slowed down after getting into that what we describe as the nervous 90s. The last batsman to do that got bowled on 99. Dominic O'Geese that was.
Well, he has gone so quickly in the first portion of innings, he can afford to take a few deliveries as he goes through the 90s.
That one is on the line of the body of Charles, who just works that one. Good stop there from Tyler Venner. There's no cover behind him, so had that gone past him, would have resulted in more runs off the bat of Dijon Charles. So he has shown that he's really happy to give Kevin Sinclair strike. And the Soufriere Titans striking at 16.1. They're really under no sort of pressure in those middle overs. They could afford. That one is a full delivery and spunked all over the top. Back past the bowler for another maximum. Is that his 11th maximum of the innings? Yes, it is. And he moves within 2 of what would be the 800 of SPL 6. A brilliant innings from the Guyanese so far in qualifier 1.
Indeed. Well, we said he was taking his time through the 90s, but with such a nice offering from McGarren Shulet that was in the slot, Sinclair took advantage of it and lofted it high and handsome over the bowler's head and all the way clearing the sight screen for 6, taking him to within 2 of his 100 and really putting himself and the Titans in a very good position indeed. Just to remind you that there is a reduction in the target, so it's not 254, but instead it's 233, and the Titans will have only 18, 2 overs lost because of the rain.
Tyler Venner to continue his second over. He bowled a pretty decent first over, only considering the 10 runs and picking up the wicket of Mateo Boulogne. Will be bowling to the left-handed Dijon Charles. Right round the wicket, long on, deep mid-wicket, man on the fine length boundary. And Charles looks to just open the face on that one, look to get it past the fielder at point. A good work being done there by Jaden Elibox inside the circle prevents the chance of a single. Good dot ball there for the Akel City Blasters, looking to build as much pressure as they possibly can on the Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans. And Kevin Sinclair has afforded them that luxury of being able to soak up some dot deliveries and some tight overs. If you're just joining us, 233, the new target of 18 overs for a spot in the finals. Tyler Venner continues. That one is another raring delivery. And Dijon Charles plays this one controlled, kept it down. We saw Dwight Thomas losing his wicket in similar fashion, not being able to keep a rising delivery down, but Dijon Charles doing a lot better on that occasion. A lot taller than Dwight Thomas he is.
A taller man, but responding well to the back of a length short stuff from Venner.
It's number 4 on his back as he continues. And the slower delivery there from Venner, really showing all his skills here this evening at the Francis Baba Lastic grounds. Completely deceiving Dijon Charles. So after going short and into the pitch, he's delivered an off-cutter, completely deceiving the left-handed batsman.
Charles thinking that he got one that he could go loftily at, eyes opening up. but the variation proving too much for him. Don't ball.
Halfway through over number 8. Short delivery, and that one is fun. Is that an opportunity? A tiny effort, and he holds on to it. It's
Ogis.
that man, Akim Ogis, at mid-off. Sprinting to his right and diving. And more importantly, keeping hold of that one. Is that it on the replay? That's the slower ball. That's the previous delivery that deceived the batsman. And we would have to wait for the benefit of a replay to really take you through that spectacular effort from Ogis. The catch of the evening so far, Claudius.
Indeed, it was pitched up, and the left-hander thought he saw an opportunity to smash that into the offside. Went to the left of Ogis, who was on the edge of the circle at mid-off, but he was equal to it, diving two-handed away to his right and picking that up inches from the ground, and more importantly, holding on as the momentum sent him crashing to the ground. So a very good catch there by Ogis. Short delivery, smash by Charles, and Ogis was horizontal when he took that, low down, and holding on to account for the loss of Charles. So another wicket for Venner, picking up his second, and the City Blasters chipping away at the Soufriere Titans batting order.
Yes, amid the carnage from the other end of the bat of Kevin Sinclair. Wickets continue to fall at the other end. They've lost their third. Tyler Venner, the chief destroyer for the City Blasters, picked up his second wicket. Still 2 deliveries left in over number 8. Captain Ecstasy Manuel walks out to the middle to partner Kevin Sinclair. Soufriere Titans would still feel comfortable with the position that they are in. Venner to continue. That one is a delivery down the leg side. Really looking to go for the kill, looking to attack the stumps. 2 straight on that occasion. The field that is set, a man on the cover boundary. Fine leg, man on the third man boundary, a deep square leg. Long on, mid off in the circle, cover, point, and a mid wicket. And that one, is that an opportunity? No, it's not. That one.
No, that was hard into the ground.
Hard into the ground, that was. Spectators catch, as we would usually say. So Tyler Venner, a brilliant over so far. No runs off the bat as yet. Just that one wide delivery that we saw from him. 1.5 overs, 2 for 11, as we could hear the encouragement coming from the boundary rope from Coach John Eugene. As that one is another slower delivery outside the off stump. Ecstasy Manuel did get an edge on that, not carrying to the keeper. Such was the lack of pace on that delivery. And Tyler Venner, he ends a brilliant over for the City Blasters, only conceding 1 wide in that over, and the wicket of Dijon Charles. So the Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans, they are 117 for 3 after 8.
Excellent over from Tyler Venner, keeping things quiet and getting the wicket of Charles in this over. Charles, he kept him quiet, kept him frustrated, and then with the help of Ogis coming up with a brilliant catch to dismiss the Trinidadian. So good comeback stuff from the Akel City Blasters, with the initiative stolen by Sinclair, who has gotten to within 2 of his 100. The game is really interestingly poised, with the situation where we can see the worm very much in favor of the Titans, well above the one from the City Blasters. And the question is, how long can Sinclair keep on going, and what is the level of support that he's going to get from the rest of the batting?
McKenny Clark, right arm around the wicket. Sinclair 2 runs away from his first century. And that one is punches off the back foot. And a loud cry of no. And he stays on strike. A good confident shot there from Sinclair. Really seeing the ball nicely here this evening. 98 of 32. So McKenny Clark, we see him operate round the wicket quite a lot, especially to the back end of the innings. And such is the destruction that Kevin Sinclair has caused. He's gone into that defensive plan right away. Just the 9th over. That one is outside the off stump, and Sinclair works that one out to the field at deep point, and he picks up another single. And he would have to remain on 99 for now. Captain Ecstasy Manuel comes on strike. He's yet to get off the mark. And McKenny Clark, he has supported Tyler Venner from the northern end quite well so far. The 1.2 overs, picked up a wicket just for 8 runs. And that has been the hallmark of his bowling effort in the competition so far. He has really bowled economically and picked up. He has 11 wickets so far in the competition. And Ecstasy Manuel giving himself room. Is that an opportunity? Tyler Venner flings himself and is not able to complete the catch. But certainly saving a boundary here for his team. Valiant effort there from the under-19 speedster. A top edge there. Ecstasy Manuel. Chance going down nonetheless.
Unlucky there for Venner. Did well, had to go back from the edge of the circle. The ball over his shoulder, over his head. Didn't really make it easy for him to locate it. Got 2 hands, but really a difficult chance.
Kevin Sinclair, 99 of 33 deliveries. And he works that one into the onside, and he gets that 100. His first of the season and the 8th 100 of SPL 6. What a time to get that innings, and what a time to get that 100. The fans of the Soufriere Titans, they had been crying out for a batting performance like that from Kevin Sinclair. And in qualifier 1, he has responded. 100 of 34 deliveries.
Indeed, 5 fours, 11 sixes. Excellent knock from Kevin Sinclair. And really doing a great job in really setting up this chase. And he has had some clean hitting. And he's 100 coming from 54 balls.
Extras Emmanuel back on strike. And attempts the hook scoop shot, and he executes this one perfectly. So he gets in the line of that one and helps it past the vacant shot fine leg region. The keeper had no chance, and he picks up his first boundary. And the Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans, they continue to march merrily along their way. Ecstasy Manuel getting in on the act.
Well, the execution from Emmanuel was not all that good earlier in the over with the top edge that went to Venner, but this occasion, much fuller length, was able to get it as he got inside of it and sort of scooping, helping it away from the keeper into the fine leg boundary for 4.
Some variation there from the batsman, and that one is a lot fuller from McKenny, and that one is driven back past the bowler. So another over comes to an end. The 9th of the innings, the Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans, they are 125 for 3. We saw in that previous over Kevin Sinclair really bringing up 100, a magnificent innings so far, especially in the context of the game. At the halfway stage, we did say that he has a big role to play here if the Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans are going to get a victory, and he has responded brilliantly so far.
Brilliantly indeed. And the 800 of SPL 6, an indication of how much good batting that we have seen in the competition. And Sinclair, who had threatened to really do great things with the bat in his very first game, was dismissed in the 70s, but this time he has really carried along nicely in an important game, making a statement here to the City Blasters that despite you being undefeated throughout the competition, that this is not going to be plain sailing, that you will have to fight to get this victory in qualifier 1.
Yes, and Tyler Venner, he's been a soldier for the City Blasters in their effort to defend their first innings total. He continues bowling to Ecstasy Manuel, a full delivery that is worked wide. Is Dylan John coming around to his left, and a wayward throw there from John out from the fine leg region. But the batsmen, they were not able to capitalize on that overthrow. Good backing up there from Kyle Adonis. Remain on 126 for 3. So one would say the first challenge for Kevin Sinclair is done, getting out of that power play. They did so well in the power play that they started ahead in the middle phase, and they've continued to really absorb pressure. The required rate has gone back up to 11s, but with 7 wickets in hand, still make a game out of this one. Tyler Venner continues. Is that an opportunity? It's high. The fielder is circling, and he completes the catch. And Tyler Venner opens his hands and taps his chest in the direction of Kevin Sinclair. A brilliant catch there from Kyle Adonis, and a big wicket in the context of this game. And the celebrations from the City Blasters fielders tells the story. But a brilliant innings comes to an end from Kevin Sinclair. Claudius Emmanuel, your thoughts?
Brilliant innings indeed. And the question is, has he done enough to carry the Soufriere Titans home? Well, what he has done is set up a platform for them. But as he goes away, a top knock from Sinclair. If maybe one criticism was that he perhaps needed to maybe buckle down and continue to do the work of carrying his team through, but he has played his part, and now it's up to the rest of the batting to carry it through, with this being the 10th over. But credit to young Tyler Venner, showing good control, keeping his nerve, and then accounting for the loss of Sinclair. Very damaging knock from him. 100 to him. Adonis taking a good catch because he had to be on the edge of the circle and had to judge it well because it went high in the air, and he was able to judge it well. A good catch, a good wicket for Tyler Venner, the back of Kevin Sinclair.
Yes, most definitely, and that has really lifted the spirits of the KL City Blasters fielders and the management and coaching team as well. Left-handed Julian Sylvester walks out in the middle as we see that wicket on the replay. Kyle Adonis settling and pouching that one. Tyler Venner picking up his 3rd wicket in his 3rd over. Left arm around the wicket to the left-handed Julian Sylvester. That one is a lifting delivery outside the line of the off stump. Goes past the swinging blade of Sylvester, who does not make contact. Tyler Venner, he continues to really restrict the scoring of the City Blasters. And in that same vein, he's picked up wickets, timely intervals. Really kept the City Blasters in this contest. Another short delivery. Is that an opportunity? The fielder settles and he dives forward and pouches that one comfortably. So Tyler Venner picks up his 4th wicket, and Julian Sylvester, he has to go without scoring, and the Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans, they are 126 for 5.
McKenny Clark, the man taking the catch out at deep extra cover, coming forward and judging it well, as Julian Sylvester looking to smash Venner out of the park, miscuing. And the 4th wicket for Venner. In fact, his 2nd in this, his 3rd over. 4 for 12. And really breaking the back of the KL City Blasters, the Titans batting. Another back of a length delivery from Venner, and reaping success.
So the new batsman coming out to the middle, it looks like it's another left-hander replacing the left-handed Julian Sylvester. It will be Kevin Gassi. Interesting that we've not seen Kurt Edward, when perhaps some sort of stabilizing may be required by the Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans. Kevin Garcia is sent up, perhaps looking to further reduce that required rate, which has now climbed up to 12.39. Still the likes of Bradley Tiso, Kurt Edward to come. Ecstasy Manuel, he's still out there, as we could see a dip in that curve from the Soufriere Titans. And that one is spanked to the left of the long on fielder, Theo Edward, with a powerful throw. Prevents the chance of a second run. So Tyler Venner, he's picked up 2 wickets in his third over. His figures, 2.5 overs, 4 for 13. Really a match-saving spell, one would have to say, after that early heroics from Kevin Sinclair, getting to 134 deliveries. Really giving the Soufriere Titans a fighting chance. Tyler Venner has moved to right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Extus Emmanuel. A short delivery. A loud appeal there from the fielder at point. He was the only one really asking how is that, and the umpire responded with outstretched arms. That one resulting in a wide, 128 for 5. Some still require 105 runs for victory. Want to remind our viewers that the revised target is 233 from 18 overs. One delivery left in over number 10. After this delivery, should be having the drinks break, where the players and teams will get to re-strategize and assess the positions in the game. A slower delivery there from Tyler Venner, and that one goes past the field at point. And they come through for a second. Will that be a run out? It's a loud appeal, and he's given. A suicidal effort of a second run from Extus Emmanuel and Kevin Garcia. And Extus Emmanuel, the delivery before the water break. And ill-advised second run, trying to put pressure on the fielder out on the boundary. I believe that was Kensley Paul, who has been one of the better fielders, as we see that one on the replay. A slower delivery, perfectly executed shot to the left of Paul. He gets down and really fires that one in. A good take there from Stephen Natram, getting his body positioned and really just getting that one and bringing it towards the stumps, effecting a timely run out for the City Blasters.
Indeed, Extus Emmanuel coming back for the second run. That was just not on. And good work from Kensley Paul getting the return in place. And Natram completing the work to send for us to see the back of Emmanuel. So disappointment for Emmanuel and the Titans as they lose their 6th wicket, with Shania Mesmin coming in.
So after the 10th over, we have skipped the usual drinks break. Perhaps the rain delay might have really taken time. Yes, it did take time out of the game because we do have a reduction in overs. So it will be McGarren Shulet to take up the attack, replacing McKenny Clark from the northern end, bowling to Kevin Garcia. And that one is high. That is an opportunity. The ball is under it, and he pouches it. Another wicket goes down for the Soufriere Titans, who are really losing their way here in pursuit of 233. And the efforts of Kevin Sinclair is under threat here, because he really did put them in a commanding position. And the batsmen to follow, they've really not done themselves justice.
Indeed. Well, this is the 7th wicket going down. Only 128. Well, I say only. Just trying to get at the contribution of the seven batters who have been dismissed. Sinclair's gotten 100, and it's only 128. So it's really been a procession to and from the center. And the batters, well, a series of aggressive strokes that have brought about their dismissal. And this is rapidly becoming a very, very poor chase by the Titans. It promised so much. In fact, the opening partnership was almost 100 between Sinclair and Dwight Thomas.
The new batsman for the Soufriere Titans is Bradley Tiso, coming back into the 11 today. We know he has some batting ability. This partnership is a crucial one if the Titans are to get over the line here. A slower delivery there from McGarren, Shulet, and the City Blasters bowlers being applauded by coach John Eugene out on the deep backward square leg boundary. And they have really brought themselves back into this game. What is important is they have not panicked.
They have showed good character because despite the opening partnership by Sinclair and Thomas, they kept their nerve, they maintained their composure.
Shulet to continue. That one is a full delivery. Another dot ball. So the Soufriere Titans, they've not been able to rotate the strike. In fact, from what we've seen, there's not really been an effort to rebuild. But like as I like to say, it's just been a reloading effort because they just keep coming and keep looking to put the bowlers under pressure, no matter whether they have lost wickets in the process.
But in a sense, it's actually poor cricket from the Titans because they had done well with the start in the power play that they had gotten from Sinclair to have sort of coasted along at just about 10 per over. But the fact that they have lost wickets so steadily has meant that required rate has gone up.
Shulet to continue. That one is another slower delivery outside the line of the off stump. So a definite plan there from Shulet. The change of ends has really helped him. He got ill-treated in his first over. I mean, Kevin Sinclair was out in the middle at that time. But with the field that has been set, a deep point and deep extra cover, man at long off, Tyler Venner at short third, and Ryshawn Williams inside at the cover position on the offside, really asking Tiso to hit into that offside region. Not one of his strengths. Tiso likes to target that deep mid-wicket region. He comes forward and drives that one down too long off, and he gets off the mark. So the Soufriere Titans, they move on to 129 for 7. Shonai Mesmin comes to face his first delivery.
Indeed, well, we have seen Mesmin already demonstrated his ability to hit the ball even in a dire situation. Saw that at the Lafargue playing field where he came up with a rapid half century. He needs a similar type of innings here.
Perfect execution there from McGarren Shulet, and brings another over to an end. An over in which he picked up a wicket off his first delivery and only conceded the 1 run. So a brilliant 11th over being delivered there by McGarren Shulet, and the Soufriere Titans 129 for 7. They need 233 for a spot in the finals of 18 overs.
Yes, still 104 away. 9 overs required. And still a lot of work to do. They've only got 3 wickets in hand. And they would look at that, I think, the Titans, and rue the fact that they haven't really built on what was a solid foundation from the opening pair. They dominated the power play. In fact, as we last showed, if you look at the worm comparison, you'll see they are actually above the Titans, above the City Blasters, but they have lost wickets.
Another
Could be another
opportunity. Jerry Lilly box under this one, and he drops it. And Tyler Venner, what would have been his 5th wicket of the evening, created a chance. A short delivery from Venner, getting big on Tiso outside the line of that off stump. Again, he dragging that one into the leg side, his favorite area to hit. Leibox coming around and not being able to complete the catch.
Yes, he got there, got both hands to it, but at the point of the catch, the hand seemed to have, well, he closed it maybe too early.
Venner to continue, another short delivery into the body of Mesmin. He defends well and picks up his first run of the evening. 131 for 7. Some still 102 runs required for victory. 8.4 overs remaining. Brilliant execution there from Tyler Venner, really deceiving the batsman Tiso, who did well in the end to get bat onto that one, almost going beneath his bat, and what would have been a close shout.
Indeed, looking to go for the Yorker there. Tiso digging it out.
Halfway through over number 12, and that one keeping a bit low. Venner really pegging away there for the City Blasters and being applauded by all his teammates, appreciating his efforts here this evening. 3.4 overs, 4 for 17, really a match-changing spell, getting those crucial wickets for the City Blasters team. And they've not looked back, they've supported him from the other end. McKenny Clark and McGarren Shulet have done their work as well. Short delivery, and Shanai Mesmin pulls that one down. And Akim Ogis comes off the long on boundary. Another single to the Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans, 132 for 7.
The required rate is actually above 12, reminding you that the target has been revised, so it's 233 from 18 overall.
Final delivery. As that one, is that an opportunity? No, it goes over the keeper's head and 3 bounces into the boundary for 4. So a much needed boundary for the Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans, and a good end to over number 12. The Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans, they are 137 for 7.
Unfortunate there for Tyler Venner, completing his spell of 4 and getting congratulations from some of his teammates there. Theo Edward in particular, going to him to appreciate his great effort. Unlucky there for Venner, could have gotten a 5th wicket in this his final over, but he finishes with 4 for 23. Excellent stuff in the circumstances, not being overawed by the aggressive Sinclair as he got towards his 100, actually dismissing him and then picking up wickets around Sinclair as well. So excellent stuff from the young seamer. He walks away, he'll be happy with his work for the night and would have contributed significantly in advancing the City Blasters closer to that berth in the final on May 23rd.
Yes, some 95 runs required for victory here by the Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans. 6 overs left, 3 wickets for the Akel City Blasters if they are to bowl out the Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans, as we see that win a lot closer. Now, such is the brilliance of the work that has been done by Tyler Venner and the other bowlers who have bowled well in partnerships. Dylan John has been reintroduced into the attack. He's one of those bowlers, if he's placed under pressure early, he really does lose the plot. Shanai Mesmin will be looking to really take the attack to him. And he starts off with a wide. And Shanai Mesmin and Bradley Tiso, those guys are really known to hit a long ball. And with 95 of 8 overs, it's really not out of their reach. But they need to stay in and they need to execute well.
So the game still interestingly poised.
Mesmin on strike. And Dylan John looks to have bowled a slower one there. An error there from Stephen Natram, affording an additional bye to the Soufriere Titans. And they were alert enough to take advantage of that opportunity. It will bring the right-handed Bradley Tiso on strike. He's a runner ball 7. Picked up a boundary of the final delivery of the previous over. And the Soufriere Titans would be hoping that he can continue that boundary hitting. Set some nerves in the City Blasters bowling lineup. Give Stephen Nitram something to think about. Dylan John comes in. Another one outside the off stump, and that one is hit to the wide of the long off fielder. Really not getting any power in that shot, and Dylan John is opted to really take the ball away from the right-handers with that angle going across them. And so far, so good.
Yes, coming back with pace off, so showing good variation and keeping them quiet so far.
Shania Mesmin seems to be standing on off stump here. That one is a short delivery and pull straight to the man, but he's not able to complete the catch. That one was ferociously struck by Shania Mesmin. It may have carried to the fielder out on the boundary, but that was hit with such power. And it has gone all the way for 6, so it definitely did carry.
Theo Edward on the boundary, not able to hold on. The ball bursting through the hands and going over the rope for 6.
147 for 7. Shania Mesmin, he's on the charge here for the Soufriere Titans. That one is a full delivery and goes past the diving fielder at square leg and into the boundary for 4. So Shania Mesmin, he has responded here with a 6 and a 4. And really taking the attack to Dylan John, who has now conceded 50 runs in his 2.4 overs. And we did see Kevin Gassi go for similar figures. He did pick up a wicket, but Dylan has not picked up one. But that 50-run mark, the runs that they've conceded.
150 coming up for the Titans in this over.
Yes, and they continue to fight. Shania Mesmin right across his stumps, and that one is heaved, and that's with the wind, and that's out the park for another 6. So I did say that Dylan John is one of those bowlers that does not execute well under pressure, and Shania Mesmin has really placed some pressure on him here this evening.
19 considered already in the over, still 1 delivery left, and this is a big over. We made the point that with Tisson and Mesmin at the crease, it means that it's not over yet, and so really demonstrating that the game is still alive with a very expensive over. They needed just about 13, 12, 13. They've gotten 19 in this over already.
So Shania Mesmin, he played the first game, did not bowl, got dropped for the second game, but ever since he's been brought back into the 11, he's made his spot his own, and he's not let go of it. He is produced with the ball and with the bat. And tonight, the Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans needs him to get the remaining runs, 97 of 7.1 overs. Incorrect. I will give you the correct equation shortly. That one is short, and that is dispatched. That is still going. It's still going. It's still going, and it's gone. That is a disrespectful shot there from Shania Mesmin.
One of the biggest hits we have seen, certainly on this side of the ground. That has gone into the cemetery, some 20, 30 yards into the cemetery. A powerful hit from Mesmin. The over bringing what, some 3 6s, 1 4, 25 in the over. And could that be a turning point in the chase? Because when it started, the required rate per over was 12 to 13.
And we can see now that the discussions among the hierarchy out in the middle, Captain Stephen Natram, McKenny Clark, Akim Ogis, they all have their hands out as we see that the Towers, the Orange Towers, Soufriere Titans, they are not out of this one. 70 runs required from 5 overs. And Shania Mesmin, he has sounded a warning out in the middle to the City Blasters, letting them know that he is still out there and there is still life in the Soufriere Titans.
You are right, because the City Blasters, they were jumping up, high-fiving, hugging, sending Tyler Venner in the air. You done well. But this over has just reminded them that the game is not over.
It's a big task there for Jaden Eli Box, coming back for his second over, that is. He will be bowling to Tisson. Can Tisson get on the act? Left arm around the wicket, and that one is a short delivery and pulled into the deep square leg region. It will only be 1. And Jaden Eli box, he was really taken apart by Kevin Sinclair. Really, no bowler was spared. But his over in particular, Kevin Sinclair really took for 28. His first over. So he would need to do a lot better here to ensure that his team gets over the line here this evening. He will be bowling to Shanai Mesmin. And that one is high. And that's over. And that's in the direction of the Alton Crafton stands. And it is another 6. So the last 3 deliveries that Shanai Mesmin has faced have all gone over the boundary for maximums. He is 30 of 10 deliveries. And he is certainly reminding the City Blasters that there is still life.
Indeed.
170 for 7. And that one is dragged into the onside. There's a call for 2. Will there be an opportunity? A misfield from the fielder. And they decide against the second run. So Mesmin picks up another single, moves on to 31 of the 11 deliveries. Bradley Tiso, just the one boundary, a top edge over the keeper's head. 9 of 9. They will require a contribution from him as well if they are to get the remaining runs. As he hits this one, this is in the gap. Will the fielder come around in time? No, he does not. So it's one bounce into the fence. And Bradley Tiso picks up his second boundary. A much needed boundary for the Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans. And he has ably supported Shanai Mesmin. Now will feel a lot more comfortable and relieve the pressure a bit.
Well, with this boundary, the requirement is now down to 58 from 4.2. Reminding you that we had a revised target. It's 233 from 18.
And Tiso hits that one. He gets better connection on that one. And that's over the mid-wicket region for another 6. His favorite area, his favorite scoring area of the ground. And the Soufriere Titan fans, they are up on their feet supporting the 2 out in the middle. A match defining partnership building out in the middle there for the Soufriere Titans.
And what an interesting game. The fortunes have swung back and forth. A few overs ago, it was all Akel City Blasters. But over the past 2 overs or so, it's one-way traffic for the Titans as they're pushing the Akel City Blasters. And this is a very interesting period of play indeed.
Execution under pressure. Which team has this in their locker this evening? And Tiso hits that one into the offside. Rishal William perhaps did not pick up that one cleanly, and they only settled for 1, much to the frustration of Shanai Mesmin. Really wanted to get back for the second run and keep that pressure on the City Blasters team. That one going for 19 runs. So Jaden Eli box has been taken to the cleaners here this evening. 2 overs considered the 47 runs so far. The Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans 182 for 7. Still 4 overs left. The equation 51 from 4 overs.
Indeed. Just heard an announcement suggesting 51 from 5. It's actually 51 from 4. So 51 from 24 balls. That's the equation. And a partnership between these two that have revived the Titans. And it has brought up 50 in 23 deliveries. Mesmin getting 31 and Tiso 20. So this partnership has resuscitated the flagging fortunes of the Titans, who did struggle after the loss of Sinclair. But game on, game on, game on. 51 from 24.
Yes, most definitely, Claudius. We are in for close finish. McKenny Clark to Tiso. That one is spanked back past the bowler. Akim Ogis on the long on. Boundary prevents the chance or the thought of a second run. 183 for 7. And Captain Stephen Natram, the last 2 overs really did not go his team's way. The bowling changes really did not work out how we expected. That over from Dylan John and then Jade in the live box. So the remaining, well, McKenny Clark is operating now. It's his 3rd over. He's more than likely to complete his spell as he continues. And Shanai Mesmin drives this one back past the bowler. And the fielder at long on had no chance whatsoever. He was placed wide because he was targeting that wide line outside the off stump. But that was a powerful drive there from Shanai Mesmin. Really speeding across the surface.
I tell you what, that's the boundary 4 of the match for me. There have been some big 6s, but there's quality in that stroke for 4.
Shanai Mesmin. And he hits that one into the onside this time. The fielder comes around. Theo Edward does better on that occasion and prevents a certain boundary for Shanai Mesmin and the Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans. And the players in the dressing room for the Soufriere Titans, they're all huddled together.
At the start of the over, the required rate 12.75. They have gotten 7 from 3.
Shanai Mesmin on strike, 37 from 13. He's standing on off stump. McKenny Clark right arm round the wicket. Short delivery. And that is it, that one high. And the fielders are just spectators. Gets enough bat on that one. Similarly to what we saw from McKenny Clark, Shanai Mesmin has greeted him and treated him with some of his own medicine.
Slower ball bumper, but Shanai Mesmin was equal to it. Waited and waited and waited, and is a big, tall and strong man, and smashed it over the mid-wicket boundary for 6.
And that's 13 from the over with still 2 deliveries to come. So Shanai Mesmin and Bradley Tiso with this partnership, they are not just keeping the Soufriere Titans in the hunt. They have really silenced the City Blasters fielders. McKenny Clark changes the line of attack. Right arm over the wicket now. And that one is a full toss. Hit over the offside. An opportunity goes down. Much to the delight of the Soufriere Titan fans. Not a place you want to drop an opportunity. McGarren Shulet, the guilty party on that occasion. He seemed to have had this one. And before I could look again, the ball had made contact with the ground. Another opportunity goes a-begging. Shanai Mesmin, he moves on to 44-15. 1 delivery left in over number 15.
It wasn't a difficult catch. Shulet would have backed himself to have taken that, but I guess pressure.
Tiso on strike. A full toss again from McKenny Clark, and that one is hit to the right of Shulet, who dives and stops that one. An opportunity for a run out. And it's all action out in the middle. Both teams are not giving up this fight here this evening. The fielders are throwing themselves about the place. The bowlers, they are trying to execute the plans to the best of their ability. And the batsmen, Bradley Tiso and Shanai Mesmin, they have not given up hope. And the Soufriere Titans, they still believe. Still 3 overs to come.
A good over for the Titans, 16 coming from it. And it was frenetic stuff, particularly at the end of the over, the last ball, with Shulet sort of making amends for the drop catch by throwing himself towards the ball to save the boundary and to save 2. And then desperate stuff between the batters. Tiso diving in to complete 2. And almost crashing into the stumps at the non-striker's end. And it's all exciting stuff. 2 away from their 200. The Titans, they have kept hope alive. And 35 required from 12 deliveries, or is it 18 deliveries? 35 required from 18.
McGarren Shulet, he has the ball in hand now. He was not able to keep it in hand when that catch went down. But he is the man with the ball in hand right now, and he has a job. He has 35 to defend. Shanai Mesmin on strike. And that one is a slower delivery. It's an opportunity. A loud appeal. A loud appeal, and he's given. He has to go. Shanai Mesmin is disappointed. 44 of 15 had kept the Soufriere Titans' hopes alive. He had been put down by McGarren Shulet, but let's have a look at the replay. That one seemed to have come off the glove or the bat and onto the body and really spooned up to the keeper. Shanai Mesmin looks very disappointed at the decision.
But there was a confident appeal from bowler, keeper, and the rest of the close-in fielders. And maybe a case of just sheer disappointment on the part of Mesmin that he missed out. Maybe a bit of an inside edge onto the body. And a good low catch taken by Stephen Natron. But a very good innings from Shanai Mesmin, who goes away, of course, disappointed that he was not there to see it to the end, but his 44 from 16 at 275, really making his contribution with 5 sixes and 2 fours.
Yes, most definitely. It really shown some fight, the sort of fight that you would have expected in a qualifier spot in the finals on the line. McGarren Shulet to continue. Jovan Charles, the new batsman. That one goes right through the right-handed Charles. And McGarren Shulet has really made amends for that drop opportunity we saw. Diving to his right to prevent a boundary, then being given the ball, 35 required of 18, and getting the big wicket of Shanai Mesmin off his first delivery. So good work there from the pace bowler. He's picked up 2 for 34 so far in his final over of his spell.
It's now 35 from 16. So graphic is updated, 198 for 8.
Still no Kurt Edward for the Soufriere Titans. Perhaps he must be carrying an injury. I'm not sure. Jovan Charles is sent out into the middle.
Yes, because I think that Edward normally comes in the top order. So question is, how much can Charles put together with Tissot to take it closer to the target?
Needs to get Tissot on strike, and that one goes right through him once more. So Jovan Charles is having a difficult time so far getting bat on ball. And still no word from Tissot, who's still relaxing at the non-striker's end.
A little surprising that. Normally expect the senior batter to go and have a few words of advice to the new batter. But Tissot perhaps just waiting for the next over.
Still 3 deliveries left in over number 16. So far, so good from Shulet. And he finally gets bat on ball in defense. Dot balls won't win it for the Soufriere Titans. The City Blasters would be the happier of the two teams with the way this over has gone. A wicket and 3 dot balls.
Interesting, not even a conversation between Tissot and Charles. Still 2 deliveries left in the over. And Charles can't just afford to be just conceding dot balls. He needs to get on with things.
And it's in defense, and they choose to go through for the single on the 5th delivery of the over. And that brings Bradley Tissot back on strike. 199 for 8, the Soufriere Titans. And in the reverse fixture between these two teams, it was reversed. It was the City Blasters chasing, and the equation was something similar. More wickets were in hand, and it was McGarren and Kyle Adonis benefited from a few drop catches and took their team over the line. The Soufriere Titans, they would be hoping that they could get one over the City Blasters here, chasing as well. Slow delivery, and that one is it, but it's high. An opportunity for Auguste, who comfortably takes this catch. So having taken the single of the 5th delivery of the over, that resulted in a loss of his wicket. And Bradley Tiso, in an attempt to keep on attacking and really trying to pull his team over the line, he loses power in the end, the power failure, and he has to go for a well-played innings. And the Soufriere Titans, they've lost their 9th wicket.
Excellent comeback over from Magaran Shulet after having put down Mesmin in the previous over. He has done extremely well with 2 wickets, one of the first and one of the last ball of his over, and he has really put the initiative firmly in the hands of the City Blasters. Excellent choice to go wide with Tisson on strike with the final ball of the over, and Tisson looking to fetch it from outside the off stump. Just didn't have the room to clear the head of Ogis, who came from the long on boundary. So unfortunate there for the Titans, because following the 2 previous overs that had brought 25 and 16 respectively, just the 1 run in the penultimate over. And so excellent stuff from the big policeman.
Yes, and Kurt Edward, we've asked about him, his batting position. He now walks in at number 10. I can see some heavy strapping on his left arm or wrist, which suggests that perhaps he may be battling with an injury. Still 34 runs of 2 overs. I mean, it's possible. It's not over. Jovan Charles needs to get bat on ball. He needs to find the boundary, really.
But unlikely based on what we have seen from him so far.
McKenny Clark to continue for the City Blasters, and he does attempt to get the boundary, and interestingly enough, there's no single from the batsman. So I think we could safely say that Kurt Edward is really battling an injury.
Yes, the fact that he's coming at 11, 1 and 2, that he made no attempt to get a run when there was clearly 1 too long off.
Okay, so the Soufriere Titans, their hopes are on the back of Jovan Charles. 34 runs required. And that one goes right through him again, trying to give himself room to access the offside. And not able to make any contact on that one. So McKenny Clark starts off over number 17 with 2 dot balls.
Yes, a tall order for Jovan Charles there. He practically has to do it all on his own, because it's clear that Edward would not be able to really go big at the ball.
And that one is an opportunity. McKenny Clark settles and he drops the catch. And has he done some damage to his leg once more? A pretty straightforward catch. We'd have to wait for the benefit of a replay to see if he and the batsman at the non-strikers end got tangled up. As we look at that one on the replay. Back cover length delivery. That was the previous ball. Jovan Charles, he remains to face another delivery. Drop catch there, return catch. Simple effort, really, for McKenny Clark. He would be very disappointed that that one went down, but we'd have to wait for the replay to see if the non-striker may have perhaps gotten in his way.
Should have caught that. It wasn't that difficult.
Nonetheless, he continues. Short delivery there at Charles, and that one is another opportunity. And the umpire raises his finger. And this Akel City Blasters, they have booked their place in the finals of SPL 6, which will be held right here on May 23rd at the Francis Barber Lastic grounds. Qualifier number 1, the Akel City Blasters, they have won by some 33 runs against the Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans, who really put up a valiant effort. Credit must be given to the Soufriere Titans for the fight that they showed here. But the City Blasters, they have shown dominance. Why they finished the league phase undefeated, on top of the table on 19 points, and they have continued their winning ways here this evening.
Indeed, they have done an excellent job in defending that 254 as it started initially. But with the rain break, there was a revision to 233 from 18. And there were 2 points in the game where the Titans looked to steal the initiative in the chase. The opening partnership with St. Clair going great guns, almost getting them through. In fact, he got to 100, but just fell at an inopportune time. And then that partnership for the 8th wicket between Tisson and Mesmin, putting on 70 odd in double quick time. They really rattled the Akel City Blasters. But the City Blasters holding their nerve, their experience, the fact that they have been undefeated throughout the competition, that was what really took them through in a total team effort. And in the end, it was a fairly comfortable victory for them.
Yes, most definitely. The City Blasters, they really showed their credentials here this evening. As we see the match summary, City Blasters being asked to bat first, got to 253 for 6. Captain Stephen Natram, 92 of 42. McKenny Clacken unbeaten, 62 of 21. And Theo Edward, 50 of 29. Dijon Charles, the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 38. Shania Mesmin, 1 for 28. And Javan Charles, 1 for 35. And the Soufriere Titans, they really had to come out firing. And it was that man, we did mention his name before the start of the innings, Kevin Sinclair. He came out in a no-nonsense mood, and he got himself the F100 of SPL 6, 100 of 35 deliveries, some 11 sixes in his innings. Shania Mesmin, 44 of 16, really kept the life in the Soufriere Titans' effort to get to 233, which was a revised target after a rain delay. Bradley Tissot, 23 of 15, batted brilliantly in partnership with Mesmin. With the ball for the City Blasters, they really kept their cool, and credit must be given to that bowling group. The way they were placed under pressure and how they responded. Tyler Venner, the under 19 player, 4 for 23. McGarren Schulep, 3 for 35. And McKenny Clark finishing a brilliant all-round performance in qualifier 1 for the City Blasters, 2 for 31, picking up the last wicket. So the City Blasters in qualifier 1, they have won by 33 runs.
Indeed. Final thing from us, Dexter, before we go to the post-match. Our man of the match. A number of contenders there. Natram 92. Clark 62 when the City Blasters batted. Edward also with a 50. And that 100 from St. Clair. The bowling of Tyler Venner. Clark contributing. Your take for the man of the match?
Yes, a game which really saw some brilliant performances all around from both teams. Unfortunately, we only have to pick one man who really affected the game, who we felt affected the game the most. And I think the all-round ability of McKenny Clark, the way he really came in that back end when really the Soufriere Titans may have thought that they could have restricted the City Blasters to 220. He came in partnership with Stephen Natram and really stole the game, brought the City Blasters to a target that really posed to be too much in the end. And he came back with the ball, having injured his ankle and being able to execute a brilliant catch out on the boundary on the offside as well. So a brilliant all-round performance, and I believe that his performance was a difference between the two teams.
You have my agreement. His 62 from 21 was critical in setting up the eventual target of 253, and his bowling, his variation, his out cricket was wonderful. So I have agreement with you for the man of the match, McKenny Clark, for his all-round performance. So this is where we wrap up in qualifier 1. So on behalf of Dexter Solomon, Claudius Emmanuel, thanking you, and of course Jerry and the production team as we wrap up commentary here, but asking you to hold on for the post-match ceremony, which we're gonna have in a few minutes time. That's it from us on commentary. Of course, our next action is qualifier 2 that's coming up on Sunday, and it is going to be an encounter between the Credit Union Choiseul Craftmasters and the Jade Mountain Soufriere Titans. Of course, the Titans go straight to the finals on May 23rd. Correction. It is the City Blasters, the Akel City Blasters, that go straight to the finals on May 23rd. Of course, the Titans, they will have to play the winner. They'll have to play Choiseul Craftmasters to see who will meet the Akel City Blasters in the final on May 23rd.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the post-match presentation for Qualifier 1. We saw a very entertaining competition between the Soufriere Titans and the Akel City Blasters. And I would like to have a word with the losing captain this evening, Emmanuel. Extras 254 required for a spot in the final. Where did it go wrong for you in the chase?
We see from the first innings, we didn't do ourselves justice in the field. I feel like we conceded a bit too much runs, which in the second inning still didn't look like it was too much. We were well on par, but then I feel like we lost the plot.
Extras, I did say at the toss that it's one of the better games to be part of because losing, you still have another opportunity. You're back here on Sunday against your arch rivals, the Craft Masters. How do you get the boys or keep them motivated and ready for that challenge?
Like we've been doing all season long. We've been relaxed, we've been cool, we've been confident. We're going to just keep on doing the basics, keep on believing in ourselves, and let's take it there to the final day.
And comment on that brilliant innings from Kevin Sinclair, finally coming to the party with the bat as the fans have been asking for.
I want to just encourage Sinky, just keep doing his thing. And of course, if he does that, it's good for us.
All the best in that semi-final on Sunday against the Craft Masters. So that was the captain of the Soufriere Titans. And now we'll have a word with the winning captain this evening, Stephen Natram from the Akel City Blasters. Stephen, you brought the fans with you as we saw in your last encounter. Another half-century falling short of that 100, but nonetheless the team getting the win.
Yes, most definitely. It was really a team effort out there tonight. We got some big contributions from McKenny with the bat and with the ball, and young Tyler Vera coming in and taking 4 wickets in his 4 overs. So that's really good from us tonight.
You have booked your spot in the finals. You missed out last season. I know a lot of expectations on the City Blasters team as a franchise. How do you move on from here and get ready for the finals?
Well, this is the stage that we faltered at last year. So now it's just for us to stay positive, This game today has gone, just focus on the finals, We'll have some training sessions during the week, do our specifics during the week and get ready for the finals.
Stephen, all the best in that final on the 23rd of May. And there you have it. That was the captain of the Akel City Blasters. And now for the announcement, the man of the match in Qualifier 1, the player in which we believe his performance brought his team over the line. An all-around effort from McKenny Clapp of the City Blasters. An unbeaten 62 of 21 deliveries and 3.4 overs, 2 for 31. A brilliant catch in the outfield as well. So he is our man of the match in Qualifier 1. The Man of the Match award will be presented by Ms. Fina Alawi, who is here Sports Brand Manager. So the Cots Man of the Match in Qualifier 1, McKenny Clapp. A quick word with you, McKenny. How do you summarize your efforts here or your team's efforts in this qualifier?
From my part, it's just to do anything possible for the team to get over the line tonight. I know it'll be a tough game, a good opposition. So whatever I had to do today, I was willing to do for our team to get over the line.
McKenny, a good winning celebration for the announcement today. You've been drafted to represent the St. Lucia Kings in CPL. How do you feel about that?
I'm very proud to represent my country, home. Looking to make the people proud in the future games to come. Yeah.
And looking forward to that final, whether it may be Soufriere or Choiseul. How do you personally, your ankle, we saw you got some sort of an injury. How do you rehabilitate from there and be ready for the 23rd?
Well, I have a week to recover, but I will be on the field regardless, injured or not.
All the best in that final, McKenny.
Thank you so much.
And this brings the end of our post-match presentation. The Akel City Blasters, they've booked the spot in the finals of SPL 6, and the Soufriere Titans, they will be back here in action on Sunday against the Choiseul Craft Masters in qualifier 2.